Welcome to the air conditioning room. Wait, what? Hello? How's everybody doing? Hello? Is it time to initiate the Master Plan? The Master Plan? Master Plan? Ah, yes, the soothing sounds of air conditioning. Yes, I miss them. Turbo. Turbocharger. And nitrous. See? Don't worry. This was left over from the caffeine-induced fun of Monday. Oh boy. Oh man, I got it. I got there, dudes. I got it. I freaking went to bed at like 8, 9 o'clock. I woke up at 8, 9 o'clock. Yeah. Cries in 5 grand built transmission. Sawyer, say it with me. Say it with me. ZF5. Radio on internet. Okay. Sleep reset complete? Yeah, I'm good. I'm alright. I'm alright. Nobody worry about me. You got to get copy struck. You should be turboing in while playing racing games and raptor honking and space-related stuff. Yes. But 600 horsepower. Say it with me. How is Jetta? We haven't raced it yet. I got too tired and I was starting to make Ferrari tier mistakes, so I stopped. Let's load up and we will figure out what's going on. That SS71 video, though, was nice. J58s are... Wow. Bandit, I know about J58s. I know about them. Every time I watch a new video about them, I'm still like, how does this exist? Who did this? How did you do that? Did Mick actually get fired? Huh? Gosh, I hope not. Preparing the Krabby Patty. Formula One. Buy at the Ferrari Academy at least. Oof. Mick Schumacher will no longer be a part of the wider Scuderia Ferrari family in 2023, so he's free to look elsewhere for an F1 drive. Oh. Yeah. Interesting. No, Frontier makes this game. Well, we're gonna get Mick a podium. Oh wait, I have to say this in Gunther. We have to say this in Gunther Steiner's voice. We are going to get Mick and Kevin on the podium today. Maybe later. Now, I did not do good. I got him into like 13th and 14th. I'm pretty not happy with that. Uncanny Valley is strong with these character models. Yeah. 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 Alright, well, let's go. We didn't get a full test on those, but I'm pretty sure we're okay. We could have dialed them in more. I should have dialed them in more. But, alright, how do we want to do this? Yeah, failures, yep. Are the crashes any good in this game? Nah, not really. How would you like your strategy driver? What? Oh, I don't know. Yeah, Krasno, there's... Dude, the game is like... My kind of interaction with F1 Manager thus far has been pretty dang good. There's a couple of things here and there. Like, the animations of the cars going around the track are... okay. But it's... You know what, man? It's not bad. It's not like, oh my gosh, I can't play this game because they don't go around the corner exactly like they do in real life. It's good enough to get the point across, which is cool. Oh, how... Oh, Suntap, jeez. I still can't believe that, man. I still can't believe that. Do you want, what strategy do you want to run question? I do not know why you're asking me these questions. Why are you asking me this? You're the driver? No! Yes, I'm the driver. You're the strategist. Come up with the strategy, please. Are you winning, son? We're about to race. I don't know, AP. I don't know. Dude, I have no idea. It's so stupid. The strategist asked the driver what strategy they should run. Oh my god. Oh my god. Why are you doing this? Why are you the way that you are? It hurts to see from Ferrari. I think it's hilarious, AP, to be 100% honest with you. I think that's really funny. It's kind of fun to see Ferrari shoot themselves in the foot, and I'm only saying that because I am a diehard Ferrari fan, and if I wasn't laughing, I would be crying right now, like badly. The copium. Give me another hit of the copium, man. Dude, it's just like, how did you found new and exciting ways to lose? Just what? Dude, what? My face, it hurts from the pain. Ow. All right. With that being said, we are not in a good position for Jeddah. Starting 14th and 15th. This is not ideal. I think a one-stopper again is the way to go. Yeah, that's got to be it. It's got to be a one-stopper. I'm going to tweak the strat. I'm going to tweak Blan A around. I'm going to tweak Blan A. First of all, I'm going to set these to the push indicators. I like doing that because I'm strange. Yeah, here we go. Jeddah can have safety cars. Hey, Dino, how are we doing today? We're doing good. We're doing good. Now, AP, fellas, I think, honestly, it's just, I honestly think it's just a bunch of stubborn Italians. I've seen this behavior firsthand. I'm stubborn. Dude, game recognized game. It's just a bunch of stubborn Italians, and everybody is so damn stubborn that everybody starts second-guessing themselves. You've seen this with me with Kerbal all the time. Dude, trust me. I know this behavior firsthand. I know exactly what's going on. Just a bunch of stubborn Italians. Don't worry about it. It'll sort itself out. Think we'll have a launch attempt on Friday? Yes. Yep. Great entertainment, though. Yep. How can stint 1 be 1 to 28 when stint 2 is at lap 25? I don't know. I'm ready to see Haas in the points. We can get it there. We can get him there. It won't sort itself out. They would go on for at least another decade of failure. Okay, Hellfish, once again, you've seen this behavior with me. I eventually figure it out. Eventually. Dude, I'm telling you, it's an Italian thing, and it's a thing that I guarantee you this. My family literally comes from the same valley as Enzo Ferrari, okay? I know this behavior firsthand. I've seen it before. I've seen it all throughout my life. Family reunions? Oh yeah. We see it all the time. It's been 15 years. You know how you got to do it? Stop firing people. You got to stop firing people because eventually they'll get it. Eventually. I'm telling you. I've seen this behavior before. No, not like this. Yeah. How's your downforce looking in the Haas? It's okay. It's okay. We have to dial the car in, and Mick needs more seat time. That's why I spent good money on the simulator. I want to get this kid into the points. Consistently. Let me think here. I like to set these to the push indicators because that leaves you some nominal area. If you tell them to not be aggressive, they'll overperform, and you can do, on a one-stopper, that's really what you want to do. Italians aren't stubborn, and there's nothing you could do to change my mind. Indeed. Hey, Savvy, the space shuttle's better. Whoa, dodge that one. Dodge the... No, it's not! Hey, Flankin, what's up? No, I know this behavior. Interesting. EJ, you are the second streamer I follow that has started F1 Manager. What's ironic is that you both pick Hasta as your team. Oh. Who's the other fellow streamer with good taste? So the Pittsburgh Steelers stat of 3 coaches in 70 plus years. Yeah. What do you think of this? Oh. I like the car, Geeson, but I'm confused. Why is there a picture of what there is behind the car? I do like the car, though. That's my jam right there, dude. I will have a Mercure. I will have one. I will get a Sierra Kazi eventually. Alright? You know why? Because frick you, 500 horsepower in a car that's tiny. That's hilarious. You don't know how funny that would be over here. Everybody would have their Mustangs and everything and Camaros and stuff, and I'll just be like, wham, 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 and they'll be like, what's that? Japanese car? Nah, Ford. She owned it. It sold over the weekend for 650 pounds. Or 650,000 pounds. I was going to say 650 pounds is not right. That's cool. Very cool. What can I say? She had good taste. Very good taste. Very particular taste in automobiles. Very nice. Goalie, what did you break? Alright. Yeah, we gotta make up some time, so I'm thinking a one-stopper is what we gotta do. So... it's okay to be wrong from time to time. Oh, boy. Alright. Let's back it out. What was the default strategy? Yeah. Okay. Alright. What up? I'm thinking. What the hell was that noise? I'm still getting used to the noises that the garage makes. Being inside of a metal building, when the sun comes up over the trees, right, and it starts beating on the building starts to expand and contract because it's absorbing heat, and you can definitely feel it. Yep. Yep. You can feel it and you can hear it. There's creaking all over the place. You could say that I have a decent view. Oh. You had a decent view. Oh, into the bus stop. Very nice, Banana Time. Very nice, very nice. How did the ceiling install go? It's not done yet. I started hanging the rails for the drop ceiling, but ran out of time. I'm trying to work around the lights and stuff. It's really, really big pain in the butt. So the lights are like hanging right now. Don't worry, they're hanging on their safety chains, and the power's off, so it looks a little weird. But you can see I started hanging the rails for the ceiling. I have all the tiles and all the insulation for it. Yeah, just gotta finish the damn thing. Did you see that video of that kid pouring water down the carburetor of an engine? No, I don't want to see it. That was only one of the pictures I took. I was too distracted by the race. Yep. Readjust the camera. There you go. Oh, man. I'm still getting the lighting figured out here, dudes. I gotta get a better fixed position for the lights. Oh. Lots of heat. Good enough. All right, dudes. Who's your better driver? Kevin's a little bit better than Mick. Yeah. All right, let's go in and mess with this. Let's go over here. Let's go over here. I think that's good. Update that. Keep that. We could start on the hard tire and switch to medium towards the end. I actually kind of like this. I mean, if Mick can get on those hard tires, if he can get to anybody that's like this point right here where if anyone's running a two-stopper, then we're going to be good. But Jetta is hard to pass, so it might be better starting on mediums, get your position, and then play your pit strategy. You know what I'm saying? Hey, Dozu, what's up? Hard early opens up more chance for safety car. Somebody did crash in practice, so... yeah, I think we should do this. That's a good idea. And I find that they do overperform on the tires, so we're doing that. Oh, never mind. I didn't have them set to push. Hold on. There we go. There we go. That's I always try to dip it a little bit under 30%. I found that worked really well in Bahrain, so I'm just going to keep doing it. More Gary Gannon Simulator! Why do you like Gary Gannon so much? What are your thoughts on this game? Some mechanics felt weird to you. I enjoy it, Dozu. Honestly, it's really fun to stream. It's really fun to stream and watch the race with chat. That is awesome. It's a great game to stream. So that might be impacting my judgment a little bit. I wonder if they coded out that each track surface treats tires. It's definitely there, dude. Yeah, they're taking into account the amount of clack on the track and track temperature. That's definitely it. That's definitely there. Guys, Frontier made this game. Frontier. The same people that did Elite Dangerous. You know this. You know it's detailed. That's how those guys do games. I know some of the people on the ED team. Well, at this point, I've met some people on the ED team. I haven't talked to them in a long time, but yeah. I like it, Duzu, but I firmly believe you got to get like at least 20, 30 hours into a game to really judge whether it's a good game or not. You can't play a game for an hour and say it's good or bad. And Planet Coaster. I can't play it. You're never going to see me again. Hey, Chief, what's going on? All right. Okay. Let's do this. That opens us up for a safety car. I like that strategy with Mick. I'm gonna... Kevin could get the push strategy, but I honestly think I want him on a very similar strat. Once again, if we can get to the second round of pit stops, which is usually around 30 to 35, then we're good to go. But if there's a safety car somewhere up here, we could switch to softs and belt it out. Last when you get a chance, okay? Any plans for KSP? Yeah, of course. I'm just kind of easing back into it, man. So we'll play when I feel like it. Not doubting you, I was just wondering, is there anything in F1 that you don't feel confident in your understanding? Oh, nice. We'll share that for Space News Creeper. I think I get the gist of everything. Yeah, I think I get the gist of most of this stuff. If I have a question, though, I'm usually okay to ask chat, you know? Like, I'll ask. Usually. Or I'll just get something wrong and you guys will let me know. Is this race gonna be 1x? I think so. I like racing in one time. It just gives me time to think about what we want to do, and I kind of have it set to no pausing. Okay. All right. Like, do you know about provisional poll? Yeah. Ridiculous. You know, I definitely got that wrong, Hip, but that guy didn't have to be such a jackass, but hey, it's the internet, man. I don't pay it no mind. Alright. So, Mick set for 29, Kevin set for 30, hard to medium. Yeah, we should probably... We were running off 0 sleep. I looked it up and you were actually right, because if qualifying fails to run, practice order is used. Entitled people gonna be entitled? I mean, no, it's fair, like... I've heard them call it provisional poll in the past, but it was because of that. But dude, honestly, my brain was too fragmented to remember why it's called that, and I couldn't explain it. I'm just like, I'm not doing this. I don't remember. I'm too tired, man. It's alright, dude. Know-it-all's gonna know-it-all. Why did you change the setup again, huh? What are you talking about?
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Tier 2, 73 months. It's crazy how long I've been on this channel. FYI, Aster stock is below 90 cents today. I don't like, but Sparrow, like, the other thing is that I don't like being right on a technicality. That opens up the door for, like, strong sociopathic behavior. So, yeah, I don't try not to invite that type of behavior in here. I didn't get to dial in the tweak setup fully, Alex, but they're fast enough. Yeah, Elio's right. All right, dudes.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Converter, 64 months. All right, here we go. Yeah.
Clear skies tonight, with the drivers having now arrived at their grid positions. Mick Schumacher there. They're starting in the bottom half of the grid today, so there's a lot of cars between them and the podium. Then we have Kevin Magnussen. Everything's been building to this. It's almost time for the Saudi Arabian Grand Prix.
Here we go.
It's lights out and away we go.
Let's catch him. Yeah, copy.
Oh, shh.
Let's take a look at the replay. Right, watch this. There's Schumacher. That looked like a very nasty spin.
Okay. Nope. Kept it clean. Alright, kid. Got some work to do. Bringing about 100 euros worth of 35mm film stock with me to Wales next week. Discovered my love for analog photography. Cool. Oh hey, I lost my job on the first day. They assumed I had my driver's license without even asking. They told me to just go home once I told them I only had a permit. Should be illegal, but whatever.
Go and throttle up.
Hey, Zizap, 58 month resub. Yeah, find another job. It's not the end of the world. Get your license too. Yeah, Rockets, this game's pretty fun, dude. I enjoy it. It's like doing flight. It's like you're on console. That's basically what it is. It's like being on console. It's fun. All right, Kevin. Come on, Kev. Yeah, I got Kevin here. He's a good driver, man. I would get my license, but it's like $70. I gotta save up first. Yeah. Here we go. Here we go. The Viking energy.
DRS enabled. Okay, good job. That's one.
Haas with an overtake there.
Like being on console without having a shift from 12 to 10. Hey, that was the shift that I ran, Rocket. That's what I ran, and I did it on no speed. Yeah, that was hard.
Good job.
Hey, Steve, what's going on? Keep it neutral.
Is that a new race position for Haas?
Hey, whoa, what's up with Strimmer? Mick got right back up there. Good job, dude. Damn, Rockets. You know what? Like, streaming is... It's hard to keep going with the chat for that long. Oh, kid's going down the inside here. Oh, that is a ballsy move! Ah! Don't crash! Please don't crash into each other. Oh my goodness. Please don't crash into each other. Oh my goodness. I like the idea. That was crazy. It was good. I complain, but I really want to go again. I know, man. It's like, that's what I was just about to say. Streaming for that long is tough, but man, I enjoy it. I was sitting here pelting out questions about bleed lines and pre-valves and stuff for freaking days. It was great. I enjoyed the heck out of it. It was fun. Heard the news about Mick. He'll not be at Ferrari anymore. That's a shame. That's a shame. They shouldn't have done that. But then again, maybe he left. That is a freaking ballsy move. Down the outside into the first corner. Kevin's still there. Still there. Oh my God! Stop doing this! Stop it! Probably better for Mick. Yeah, maybe. Danny's holding us up. He left by himself. He didn't want to renew the contract. Interesting.
Discovery, go and throttle up.
I know, banana time. Gieson tier 2 59er. 3 golf clubs walked into a bar. The putter ordered a beer. The wedge ordered some whiskey. The bartender asked the third one if he wanted anything. He said, no thanks, I'm the driver. Ugh. He's not Finnish, he's German, Fleiken. Schumacher is German for shoemaker. Whoa, come on. There we go. He's going the distance. He's going for speed. He's not alone in the time of need. You can just hit the button and talk to me. Does he make shoes? I don't think so.
You're currently P15.
Oh.
And McLaren with a great overtake.
Haven't heard that song in forever. Oh, he got a little squirrely coming out of 2. Stupid McLarens. Get the hell out of the way. You're holding us. He's holding us up. We could be up with Ocon if this punk didn't get out of the way. No custom teams yet. GTA. It's not RNG. I mean, kind of, I guess. You have modifiers that you change and you mess with. How's tire deck looking? Right on the nominal window.
Charge on, please.
Copy.
Let's get that ERS in there. Oh, come on. Danny! Get out of the way! It's not your time, mate. It's not your time. Get out of the way!
Okay, we're out of the DRS.
Damn it.
Copy.
Schumi got Norris. The overtake option is deploy. Or, I mean, I could set it to straight overtake. I suppose. Let's try that one. Deploy is going to get you the fastest, but... There we go. There we go. Yep, alright. Please don't do this. Don't do this! Ah! Come on, double overtake. Yes! Screw you, Danny! Ha ha!
Good job.
Please don't do this. Oh, that one puckered up my butthole. That was a ballsy move. He went 3 wide into turn 1 at Jeddah. You freaking crazy. Stay together, boys. Let's get up there. Catch Ocon. We've already closed the gap by 0.5 of a second. Okay, never mind. I'm gonna let them race, see what happens, as long as they don't crash into each other. He'll pass on his own, Sebi. See? He's got DRS. Mick's faster. Mick's faster right now. He's a faster driver. Let him go. They're both gonna catch Ocon. Don't worry. Okay, Kevin needs to go balanced. He's a little down on fuel right now. Nick can keep pushing, though. Come on, kid. How's the tire, Gabe? Pretty much on the nominal window. getting hard for Mick to catch that DRS train. What tires is Ocon on? Yeah, mediums. Okay. All right. Kevin is over that.
Okay, back off. Copy.
These guys got to get away. Mick's got to get away from Danny. Hey, Mason. Oh, okay. Oh, nice. Thanks. That's actually going to be super useful. Oh, somebody ran wide.
Looks like there's been a lockup. Here's the replay.
That is ahead of us.
Look at this.
What did
The
Yuki do?
focus on Tsunoda. And this, yes, there. That's the lockup.
Okay.
The team are really disappointed.
No!
Got no DRS. Copy.
Hey, Sneaky. No, no, no. You're gonna hold each other. Mick! Jesus! Stop doing that! Alright, fine. You wanna go? Go! Jeez.
Okay.
You should box with softs near the end of the race and go for fastest lap. Master plan? 76, go with the Spirit. The Spirit is 76. Yes, yes, yes. That's a good number. El Blan, go with, excuse me, Mick, what kind of Blan do you want to run question? What kind of Blan do you want to run question? Box from 10th to really master Blan. How? Scary, how? How is this possible? All these facilities and you have a piece of crap strategy like this. You can't say that, it's a Ferrari. No, it is a piece of crap strategy. Piece of crap. Let's just make a little Haas DRS train and get the frick away from Strimmer right there. Come on, boys. Just get the frick away from Strimmer. We gotta get out of the DRS so they fall back. They're holding us up. Yeah, the best. LeGreg, not chief strategist. I'm at a loss at this point and hate how much I'm loving it. Dude, me too! I'm the same way! I'm like, this is freaking awesome! But it's not awesome, but it's hilarious. Strimmer just double overtook. Oh, guys. Let's sit here dicking around with the Zach Brown band. Let's get the... Come on, go! Yeah, I just really wish they'd DRS train, but it's okay. This is gonna... I mean, Danny holding us up screwed us. It screwed us. Really badly, actually. But that's racing. We gotta figure out a way to compensate. So, fellas, I've been looking at this. I'm pretty sure these are reused assets from the Codemasters game. And Frontier did the back end of this. I'm pretty sure. Like, the circuits and everything are just reused. That's pretty cool, though. Dude, whatever, right? Like...
And McLaren with a great overtake.
All right. Joe went in.
We'll catch these guys. Let's catch them. Copy.
Yeah, Exo, they really did good. I got you, Sebi, yeah. Oh, both my drivers are fighting with both of the McLarens. Oh, come on! Oh, meanwhile, Ocon is just pulling away. You're screwing our strategy! Damn you, Zach Brown! Go! Go, go, go. Oh, okay.
Haas with an overtake.
Okay, get away from him, Mick. Get away. Pull away from him.
Is that a new race position for Haas?
Why? No, we're fighting for position, Flykin. Doesn't mean it's not annoying. You're screwing our strategy. Not you. They're screwing our strategy. Sector 2 yellow. Somebody crash? Nope.
I think there's been a lockup.
Esteban locked up. Purple, that's fastest lap. I have to go neutral. We're good on fuel. How's the tires? Tires are right in the nominal window. I'm gonna set them to aggressive. See if we can get those tires to last a little bit longer. We did make a little. We do have a little DRS train here, and they are catching Ocon because he locked. That's him up there. Yeah, boy, come on. Oh, don't touch. There you go. Oh, they're neck and neck. Oh, why'd you let out? You had the... He had the line. I don't know why the AI let him out. All right. Tell Kevin to not let Danny catch you. Yeah. Yeah, Cyborg, I know.
Great job.
Come on, get him. Come on, get him. Come on, get.
Nice work, Kev. Load, push.
Pass with an overtake there.
$15 out of 50. We're 11th and 12th. Got to close that gap to Ocon. Ocon, he went wide and he locked up and he got out of the DRS train. So if we just stick together here.
Load, push.
Copy that.
Kev's got to get away from Lando.
Okay, we're out of DRS.
Yeah, copy.
I can. Danny, yeah. I can set him to defend, but he's got to get some ERS back. Oh, man. Mick broke a little bit too early. That bunched us up right for the DRS, which is really annoying. Oh, that's dangerous. Oh, that's dangerous. No, Strimmer, don't do it. Danny wedged himself in there. Yes, fight against each other. Yes, fight against each other. Ha ha. Danny tried to wedge himself in there and got shafted. I'm not on an undercut strat, Sebi. We're running hards. I'm gonna try to make it to where the second pit window could be. They're going to touch, man! Oh, Hamilton and Vettel touch each other! Oh, God! Oh, so close! Oh, I remember that. Nice film.
Try to do some lifting coast.
Cover.
Yeah, Harvest makes him super slow, though. Nice pass by Kevin. Jeez, man. Alright, kid's got to back out for a second.
Okay, back off.
Copy.
Okay, charge on, charge on.
Understood.
Who's more in this A, the drivers or the guys in the box? What? Oh, if I can... don't think about it like that. Think about it... Oh, Sector 2. Or Sector 1. We got a safety car. If I can...
And DRS is now disabled.
Who
DRS
crashed?
Disabled.
Somebody crashed.
Safety car, safety car.
George crashed.
So get just positive on the delta time.
Let's have a look. Now let's look at this. Here's George Russell. That crash is...
Ooh, ho, ho, George! Absolutely gutted. Absolutely gutted, mate.
And the team had such high hopes today.
No!
What a shame.
No, George, why are you doing this? Why are you doing this? You're doing this to your personal torment. It is personal torment to me. What? Did I piss in your cornflakes or something? Come on, George. Anyway. What lap are we on? Sorry, George, the car was not worthy of the champion Lewis today. Sorry, I'm just sorry that you didn't do too well. Should we box him? I don't know. Leclerc went in the pit. What are they going for? Nope, nope, don't play reactionary. Screw them. No, that's a Ferrari strat. Don't do that. No. No, no, I'm letting him stay. Trust me. We'll let him stay.
We need to back off.
Copy.
So what team is winning right now in this game? I think Ferrari... No, Red Bull is winning.
Charge on.
Yeah, copy.
Yeah, McLaren stayed out too. If they're all boxing for... Oh. Oh, that's the end of the race. They put Sainz on the hards. He can make it. He can make it. He can make it to the end of the race from there. Leclerc can't, yeah. Max is on hards. Where's Checo? Checo's on the mediums. Lewis is on hards, so his race is done. Max's race is done. Sainz's race is done. Battery Voltas is on hards. Fernando's on hards, and we're on the hards, though, but... yeah. Okay. What lap is it? It should say up here in a second. We're at 19 out of 50. Last. What I mean is if the box tells you to push and be aggressive, but you, the driver, know the tires aren't going to last, you got to tell them that. It's like, and what I was telling you is that think of the drivers in the car like an astronaut in a capsule, and we're the mission controllers. You know, you're there to provide insight that the flight controllers might not be able to see, and vice versa. Like, does Kevin know his tire temperatures? No. We do, though. We see the telemetry from the vehicle, just like you'd see telemetry from a spacecraft. It's literally the same thing. The scratch is the exact same itch as being a flight controller. You're a team, Flacken. Yeah, it's a team sport. An hour and a half long rocket launch. Well, it's a mission. It's a sortie. Think of it kind of like a fighter jet, I guess. Or a spacecraft. I mean, it's more like a spacecraft. You're not well, you are fighting, I guess, so. I mean, these things are basically fighter jets with wheels. There we go.
Safety car is in this lap.
Yeah, copy.
We'll catch these guys.
Copy.
Come on, let's close the gap to the cars ahead.
Copy that.
Mode push.
Yep,
Copy
yes,
that.
I got it. Burn him.
The safety car has left the front of the pack.
Copy.
Come on. Burn Alonso, Kevin. Let's do this. They gotta. It's usually the safety car lasts like this flight to get the debris off the track. These cars are carbon fiber. They shear. You don't want any of that on the track. Come on, burn them. Burn them. Let's go. Come on, Kevin. Kevin's got it. Attaboy, Kev.
Good job, Kev.
Haas with an overtake.
All right, Mick, your turn. Yeah, Kevin needs that neutral.
Discovery, go and throttle up.
Set to push. We are running a surplus of fuel because of the safety car, so these guys can burn it. Yeah, JG, this game is sick, man. I love it. 28 months, dude. Really good. Really, really good. I enjoy this. It's a fun game to stream, dude. Try to keep it classy, though, but I agree. I agree. I agree. How you been, buddy? Everything good? Oh, oh. Battery went. He's defending the outside line. Come on, Kev. Down the inside. No, no, it's all good, man. It's all good. Okay. Valtteri went down the inside line. Come on, go right up to Lewis's bumper. No, don't take the inside. Kevin! Oh. Why would you do that? Go right up Lewis. Should have followed Lewis. Oh yeah, Tessa, I gotta keep remembering that I have to micromanage like that, dude. I keep forgetting that I have to do it. I get too infatuated with watching this stupid race. I'm like, oh, I want to watch this. Oh wait, I'm supposed to be managing. You think that happens with team principals? Maybe, maybe. Who's your favorite driver in real life? Adam, I was a big Kimi fan for the longest time. I love Kimi. He's my favorite driver, but Kimi's gone. I don't know. I don't really have a favorite right now. Just a heads up, deploy is faster than overtake. Yep, yep. Kimi's my guy, dude.
Got no DRS.
Why did you pick Haas? Why not a better team? Haas is the American team, Ryan. Yeah, Dan, maybe. Well, I always say they play reactionary. That's the problem. They're reactionary. Ferrari's too busy watching everybody else's strat to worry about their own damn strat. So all Red Bull does is just show them a strategy that they're going to react to, and then somebody like Horner just change the damn strategy. He'll make it look like they're doing one strategy, and he knows they're going to react to it, and then he'll just do something different. They did it at Spa, and look what happened. They did it at Spa. He showed them one strategy, they pitted for it, and then, whoop, bye-bye. And then, just per chance, Leclerc's brake duct got Max's tearaway stuck in it. Dude, what luck is that? Can you believe that? I mean, we could test to see if that works. What strat do you want? Question. Is the box allowed to remotely change things on the car? You usually would tell the driver that you're doing that, Flykin, on a spacecraft and in Formula 1. Alright. I'm gonna punch it to overtake. Come on, Kevin. Get Lewis. Get Lewis. Hopefully he doesn't try to drive his car into yours. There we go. There you go, boy. Get in there. Lewis is going to get him back on that DRS, though. Kevin's got a set to defend.
Nice work, Kev.
You know what? Screw it. Go for it. Try to get Valtteri, too.
That's a new race position for Haas.
Oh! Alonso! No! You crazy son of a... This game's super realistic. Alonso absolutely would do that. He absolutely would do it. That's super realistic. Alonso would go for the gap like that because he's a freaking psycho on the racetrack. In a good way, in a good way. I ain't even mad. I ain't even mad. That's Alonso tier. He's a damn good driver. Can't even get, yeah, no, Tan, I can't even get mad. That was freaking awesome.
Okay, Mick, charge on, charge on.
Copy.
You might ruin the team, but he drives the wheels off the car. Straight up. I love how Alpine's like, are you going to come back to us? And Alonso's like, no, I don't think I will. Adios. And they're like, what? Fine, we will take Piastri. Piastri, you are a new driver. No, I'm not. What? Still funny to me. Fine, Alonso, we will take Piastri. He is better than you anyway. Oscar, come to us. No.
Okay, we're out of the RS.
Yeah, copy.
Charge on.
Yeah,
charge on.
Sebi, that would be Sebastian's luck. I do feel it's time for Latifi to go. Nick brings that Canadian sponsorship dollars, though. Magnussen is a good driver, Buck, and his dad's a good driver too. He's a second generation race car driver, dude. Jan Magnussen is a freaking animal behind the wheel. Watch him race. He's really good. I don't know what he's racing nowadays, though. Is he's still racing GT cars, if I'm remembering correctly? He's a Corvette guy. I could be wrong. Scary, do you know? If anybody, well, Scary's here. If anybody else here. All right. Go. Come on, Kev. Push it. Mick. Overtake it. Ooh, that was... Okay. Kevin gonna get him? Come on, Kev.
Okay, good job, Kev. That's one.
He got Bottas. I think.
Haas with an overtake
Yep.
there.
Jan drove for McLaren and Stewart. Yep. Who will you pit first? Currently, Mick is set to pit first. We have to make it to that second pit window, though. Harvest it up. Save it for the straights, boys.
Charge on.
Copy that.
Copy that. Jan Magnussen now drives for Danish Touring for Chevy. Yeah, he's a Corvette guy. He drives around the... I think he's driving C8s now, if I'm remembering correctly. Jan's... Yeah, no, if you look him up, Kevin's dad is a beast. And, I mean, Mick, I don't think we need to say what his dad does, or did. C7R. It's a pretty nice car. Pretty nice car. For a Chevy. Alright, Mick. Get up there. Mag's gonna get him. There we go. Atta boy, Mick. Oh, Lewis kept it tidy on the inside. He's got him, though. Way to stick to position, buddy.
Good job, Mick.
Schumacher's are hella competitive. Good. It's nice to have the fight, Sevi.
Haas with an overtake.
And Michael is just absolute savage behind the wheel. I mean, I watched, dude. That's what I grew up with, man. That's why I'm a fan of Mick. Not because of Dad, because dude. If you watch Formula 2, you watch Formula 3. Mick has the fight. I know he has the fight, and a Schumacher would want to do it on his own merits. He doesn't want to ride on the coattails of his dad. I really, really appreciate that. That's the reason why I chose Haas. I want Mick on the podium by the end of this season. When you're playing pits, 29 and 30 is when the nominal window opens up. Tire Dig is looking good. They can go a little bit further. If I could get them out to lap 35 and the cars are still okay, we could switch to softs. We could switch to softs and go to the end of the race. Nice, Bandit. It's pretty much the reason why I don't like Hamilton, Bio. I hate how good he is. There you go. There you go, buddy. Oh, gee. Oh. We got the shaft there. Nah, Zebby, I'm a Schumacher fan through and through. His dad brought me so much goddamn joy as a child. That's the reason why I still watch Formula 1, because of Michael, even after all these years. He's just an absolute savage. I hated when Alonso beat him. I hated it so much. Did you hear Seb is going to keep coaching Mick after he retires? Good. Good. Seb had to fight too. When he drove for Red Bull, he had to fight. Even when he drove for Ferrari, man. Alright.
Copy, understood.
Okay. All that racing kind of screwed us a little bit. Alright.
Okay, back off.
Copy.
Yeah, I think Seb he doesn't have the fight anymore, dudes, but I think he doesn't have the fight anymore because he's more focused on his family,
understood.
which I deeply, deeply respect.
Situation?
You can tell that you can tell when Seb had his kids, he's just like, man, racing is cool, I guess. Family's better. I respect that. It's sad to see what happened to Michael. You think we'll ever see him again? Don't know. I don't know, and dude, if the Schumachers don't want to share him with us, that's fine. Seb had it super easy at Red Bull, but I mean, Hellfish, you forget, in 2006, he drove a Toro Rosso onto the podium at Monza. A Toro Rosso. That car was junk. That's the mark of a good driver, what you can do in a crapbox car. Was it 08? I thought it was 06. Maybe 06 is when he joined. Either way, I remember that race. Seb started his own team, I hope it'd be an all-German team. Jawohl. Will it automatically pit him? Or do I have to tell him? Oh, geez, no. How are they father and son? They both look 18. Who? Flecken. Oh, Jan? Oh, yeah. You're talking about Jan Magnussen. Yeah. I don't know. Good genes, I guess. Oh, no. No, 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 no.
Yep, understood.
We can take a look now. Now just focus on the Haas.
Oh, Lewis
That crash is terrible news for
Typical.
the team.
Typical. Typical.
To be a big blow to the team.
What a dick.
Will they be able to recover? We'll see.
What a dick. I saw what you did, you stupid prick.
Sounds like there's been a crash.
We'll box now, box.
Copy, box.
This game's super realistic, am I right? It's a nice picture, Thomas, huh? Yeah, no wonder you lock. You forced him wide, you jag off.
It's a race position gained for Mercedes.
Could have looked like a bunch of rock stars, Gene. Instead, we look like a bunch of freaking wankers. Kev's pitting this lap. They don't have the animations for replacing the front wing. Why didn't they put the mediums on? No, it was automatically set to it, Sneaky, but fellas, what I think happened is when I told them to replace the front wing, it must have automatically assigned the tires that he had onto it because I changed the pit strategy. Got to pit again. He's got to pit again. Are there at least new hards? Nope. They didn't change the tires. Yeah, it overwrote the tire strategy when I had to adjust it because he damaged the wing because Lewis forced him outside, but that's racing. That's it's a little annoying.
Come on, Kev, you can do this.
Copy.
Mick's got to go in or he's going to get a penalty. Alright, well... I can't believe that. Alright, well, now we know at least. Unless you leave him longer and go soft. Tessa, we shouldn't play reactionary like that, but then again, we're kind of boned in that regard, so I'll set, you know what, I'll set it for softs. I'll set it for softs. I'll set it for softs, and I don't want him to pit this lap. I want him... You can only set the pit options. He's got to get to 35 For the most part, Max is going in. You want the graph view to change the strategy. Yeah, alright. Top right.
You're doing a good job.
This is stupid. Alright, fellas, I don't know what I'm doing here.
That's a new race position for Haas.
I don't know. I'm confused. I'm just gonna admit I have no idea what's going on here. He needs to switch to them softs. You know what? I'll just put him on the scruff. Now we have this for the rest of the weekend. Let's go. Yeah, it's too early for that. We gotta wait. We have to wait. Tessa, I don't understand if the car is damaged, why, and I changed the wing, it overwrote the stint, it overwrote the strategy. Either that or I clicked the wrong button. I'm willing to admit that I'm not totally familiar with the controls to this game. Like, I'm getting there, but I may have clicked the wrong button. I know I checked the tire strategy, but it may have been set to the wrong thing. I think it was a misclick. It auto-changes the wing. If it auto-changes the wing, yeah. I thought I had to manually do it, and me manually doing it may have overridden the automatic command. It's just me failing to understand the controls. I'm willing to admit that that probably is what happened. Yeah, JG, I got it. Oh, we undercut him. We undercut everybody. Ding, ding. Oh, there you are, you freaking rat. You freaking rat. You rat bastard. Yeah, Patat, that's what I'm still trying to figure out. I can't believe this. This game simulated Hamilton wedging somebody off the track. It's damn... dude, that's right. That's how he drives. He's a stubborn driver. He just won't admit it. Stubborn driver, that's what he did. Did that to Albon in Austria a little while ago. Yeah, I thought it automatically kept it, Patat, yeah. He just did it to Alonso and crashed his car. Yeah, I hope he, in the meat wagon didn't even come and pick him up, he had to walk back. Are there any drivers who aren't stubborn? Yeah, some drivers have more aggressive driving styles than others. Some drivers are more oriented towards the strat than actually like driving. Some drivers are aggressive. Lewis is aggressive. He won't admit it. He's an aggressive driver.
Wow. Wow. Let's see what happened there. Now let's look. We're watching Nicholas Latifi.
Oh, he got DRS trained.
Looks like Aston Martin have just gained a race position.
That's right, Steiner. Yep. He got overtaken by Williams because he didn't get the tires. We gotta. I'll put him in. Put him in on the softs.
Box now, box now.
Copy for box.
We'll go to high fuel now.
Copy.
It's not just, see, actually, it's not just about being aggressive, guys. The best driver can balance that aggression with strategy. Those make the best drivers. That's what made Schumacher so good. He could balance. He could balance it. That, and he had Rubens covering his butt like Hamilton had Bottas covering his tail for the longest time. It's true. Yeah, guys, that's, I will say, like, I've done a lot of sim driving. I do racing. We've done racing every Friday night pretty much up until I moved from like 2016, 2017 onwards.
Copy penetration.
Trying to balance that is so difficult. It's really hard to do. It's like, because you always want to go faster. You always want to go faster. You always want to go faster. Trying to balance that and being told to back off, it's really hard. And once you back off, it's really hard to dial it in and push again. That's a really difficult thing to do. I don't know, Phil, maybe. Yeah. Wow. Yeah. Yeah. Button, Barrichello, Coulthard. Yeah. Rubens is a great strategy driver. Jensen is too. That's a good call, Tessa. Yeah.
Mega job, mate.
Nicky was a good strategy driver too. Lauda, very good.
Haas with an overtake there.
I'd say, who else? Who else is a good one? Alan Prost was a good strategy driver. Yeah, absolutely. Nigel Mansell's a good strat driver as well. Yeah, really good. K-Mag's into the points. Mick would be right there with him if Lewis didn't crash into him. Perez is a good all-round driver, Alex. He's a good all-round driver. Sergio knows when to push and knows when not to push. Yeah, no, Tess, I think Mansell's one of the best drivers to balance those two. He's probably one of the best ones. That guy could win with any freaking car. He could win with anything. Hey, that's part of Hellfish in Formula 1, that's part of the strategy. Come on, get past Yuki. What was Montoya like? JPM was an aggressive driver. Very aggressive. He's an aggressive driver. Freaking Raikkonen! Jim Clark was probably the best. Yeah, I'd say that's right.
Romeo just moved up a place.
Jim Clark was I don't know how that guy could just be good in any race car he drove. It's really kind of weird. Yeah, he's a gentle driver. Tess, I'd like to think that that's kind of where I am. I try not to push the car. I try to be smooth with it. I'm not really good at pushing. So it's like Jim Clark minus the actual winning the race thing. More like Sterling Moss. I've watched me drive before. Like, I'm pretty smooth with the car when I get in the groove, but my problem is I keep trying to find new ways to go faster, and I end up binning it because I push too hard. That's what I mean. I'm not really good at pushing, but when I get into a groove, I'm pretty smooth with the car. Pretty smooth. But once again, this takes tons of practice, tons of time honing it, and I don't give it the time that I need to be better. Whenever I try to push.
Pass with an overtake.
All right, there you go, Kevin. And that's what I mean. That's what makes racing so difficult. You have to find a balance between pushing, and you have to be able to turn that off and turn that on again. I can't do that. I'm either pushing or I'm driving smooth. If I try to change from driving smooth to pushing, I'll crash. If I try to just keep pushing all the time, I'll crash. It's either one or the other. I'll either crash into somebody else or I'll crash the car itself. Zhao is on the softs here.
Okay, good job, Kev.
We've been trying to do that, Hellfish. I also been thinking about it. I've been thinking about it over time, dude. My driving setup is not good because I'm sitting in a chair. And I'm like, if the pedals are like this and my foot is like this, my ankle is just bending like this way the entire time. And my feet get tired. And then I miss braking points because of that. I think that might have something to do with it. So sometime this week, what I'm going to do is I'm gonna go down to the hardware store. I'm gonna buy some angle stock, and I'm going to make a rig myself. I'm gonna make it out of parts of a rig that Brimo got me, that's designed to have the steering wheel like down here and stuff. But behind the green screen, I have a seat from a car. It's from a Mark II Supra, believe it or not. And I'm gonna get some angle or some bar stock I'll just make the rig myself and get the driving position comfortable. Hey Max. Yeah, I'll build it. Yep. Yeah, exactly, Aqua. It's a team sport. Racing is a team sport. The driver is just part of it. Damn you, Joe! What I miss with the sim talk. Max, I think my ergonomic position, like how I've been racing on my desk, is not good. I think it's my feet get tired during the race and I miss braking points because of it. Because like if this is the floor and the pedal is right here and my foot's like coming down this way, right? Like I'm like overextending my feet. And I think that's why I screw up in the late parts of the race all the time, because my feet get tired. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna go down to the hardware store and buy some bar stock, and then I'm gonna try to take that and parts of the racing rig that Brimo gave me a little while ago that I put my pedals on. I'm gonna take all that, we're gonna bolt it all together, and I'll make a racing rig. Yeah, Hellfish. That was like one of the last things you sent before I moved. Yes, I do. I don't think it's that. I think my feet just get tired. Just get a play seat challenge. Oh, just spend more money when you just spent $1,500 on refurbishing this office. Yeah, no, I'll make it myself.
Nice work.
Yeah, I don't want to spend money on a racing seat. I'll make it myself. I literally have a car seat behind me. I'm going to use that. Kevin's doing good. It's going to be tough for him to catch Alonso. I have parts of a stand, JG. I'm gonna take that, and I'm gonna take the car seat that I have, and I'll make a rig myself. Yeah, I know. Healthish. Gary and I have talked about that. It's just our schedules are so different, and he's on the other side of the country. But we'll figure something out. No, I'll keep the G29 pedals. It's fine. What's wrong with Mick? Lewis dive bombed Mick and he locked up in this corner right here and he ended up running wide. I'm serious. Lewis dive bombed him. He locked the tire in the corner, got out into the clack and crashed. So I told it to change its wing. And when I told it to change the wing, it overwrote the pit strategy, and they didn't change his tires. They just changed the wing. So, thanks, game. Didn't realize that was a thing. Mick got hammer timed. Yeah, indeed. Mick would be right up there with Kevin if Bonehead here didn't run him off the road. If you could go to any F1 race, which one would you go to? Imola. Wheezy, that's my favorite track. Too bad you can't call Mike Massey, yeah, right. Yeah, kid's digging. I told him to dig. He'll get Latifi, but I just don't think, I think that's all he's going to get. Yeah, okay, Max. The thing is, I don't have my shop set up. My shop is just full of building materials for the office. I gotta get the office squared away. Nice, Debbie, there you go. He's got to catch somebody, JG. I'm not having my boy come in last. It's spectator only. You're the crew chief, Tipsy. We got blue flag. I ain't coming in last. I'm not letting this bum frickin' beat me. No way. Both my cars are closing. How's Kevin doing? Kevin's a little bit under tire wear because I'm telling him to push. Mick would be right with Kevin. It's really annoying. Still absolutely bummed I couldn't see Seb racing in real life, but I got my sign half in semi-decent picture, so I'm happy. Sebby, I've seen Seb race. Yeah. At 2 times in Austin, 2 times in Montreal. Yeah. Sorry, man. I know that doesn't help. I was just thinking about it. You said you've ever seen him race, and I'm like, hey, have I ever seen him race? Yeah, 4 times. Sorry. V3 pedals are great. You got them as well. Okay, got it. Dude, you know what I'll do? Even if I have to, like, you know what would be a cool idea? We go to the junkyard and cut the floor pan. Cut the floor pan out of a junk car, and use that. That would actually be pretty cool. Oh, it's first person now? What do you mean, Honorby?
Good job there.
Oh, he got Stroll. All right, get the goat. Come on, kid. I saw Seb race in his prime, Sebby. First race. I was at the first race at Austin. Yeah. I got to hear that blown diffuser, which was just chef's kiss. F1 Manager's been like this Honor B, it's been the entire time. Dude, you can even look back. You get this view too. And the wing view. All the cameras that are actually on the cars. Alright, Kevin's got to manage those tires towards the end of the race. He's running a little bit under.
Got no DRS.
Copy.
Did a good job, Mick.
Alright, he got Latifi in, Stroll.
Is that a new race position for Haas?
Yeah, this is the brand new one that came out on her B. Yeah, it's sweet, dude. You can watch the whole race. It's fun as hell. Joe is on. Oh, he did a 2-stopper. He's on fresh mediums. Kevin's got to keep. He's got to keep it aggressive if he wants to stay there. Yeah, the broadcast view is sick. Yeah, no, this is cool too. It's like F1 TV. Thoughts on Haas allegedly replacing Mick with Giovinazzi? I think, Steiner, if I'm understanding this right, I think this is what chat was telling me. I think Mick left. I think he left the driver. I think he left the Ferrari Driver Academy. He chose not to renew his contract. So replacing him with Gio is fine. If they, I will say that if they had replaced Gio, if they had forced Mick out and replaced Gio with him, that's when I'd be a little annoyed. Giovinazzi is a good driver, and I'm not trying to be a prick, but he hasn't done anything that's he hasn't done anything on the track that I've ever seen that I'm like, wow, that was awesome. Like, he hasn't wowed me as a fan, I guess. Alpha messed up his strategies consistently. He could go to Alpine. He was better than he showed? Yeah.
Race I got.
Yeah.
Okay, understood. We need a back off.
Copy.
No more lifting coast.
Yeah.
I agree, Alexis. I think Ferrari is stupid to not keep him in that Haas, to be honest with you. But then again, Ferrari hasn't done a lot of things in the past 5 years that I've agreed with, so. I thought it would have been a great idea to keep Seb in that car and have Seb mentor Leclerc and then have Seb retire in a Ferrari and then switch it over to Leclerc. But Ferrari got greedy and they wanted Sainz. And that's fine, but there's Leclerc and Sainz are good drivers, but there's no experienced driver at Ferrari. You ideally want an experienced driver and then a lesser experienced driver, not necessarily a bad driver, on a race team, so one can mentor the other and can teach them. So when they retire, you have another good driver and they take the head position. That's what you ideally want to do. Hey Smalls, love you, Dad. Long time watcher, first time caller. Thanks for the 54 months, man. I really appreciate it. Ideally, you want Alonso and Alonso.
Yep,
And
understood.
Sainz has 7 years of experience now. I mean, Max, you say that, but Seb has, like, what, 15? He knows the sport. Like, I think that would have been a better idea. And after Sergio Marchionne passed away, which just bummed me out, yeah, they muscled Seb out, which really, Ferrari did him dirty, and that pissed me off. That was really annoying. I really didn't like that. But 7 is still not nothing. You're misunderstanding what I'm trying to say. It's not that Leclerc and Sainz aren't experienced. It's that there's nobody that's more experienced. They have about the same experience. I mean, Sainz probably a little more than Charles, right? But don't you dare crash that car.
Let's take a look at the replay. All eyes on Kevin Magnussen here. Clearly, something went very, very wrong there. The team are devastated. They'll be questioning just what happened out there.
Yeah, my bad, sorry.
Looks like that was a position gained for Alfa Romeo.
Hey, let's make sure. Pit options. Set the tires to soft. Change the front wing. There we go. Confirm changes. Yeah, Gumblar, we screwed this. I screwed this up. I screwed it up hard.
Discovery, going throttle up.
You know what? Cancel it. Can I cancel that pit call? Just finish the stupid race. Ah, whatever. Bottom right? Oh yeah, cancel stop. I saw it. Just stay out. Take the points. Don't go in the pits. Okay, good. Let's hope that Valtteri doesn't grab that position. Does he not have a front wing? No. No, he's alright. He's just missing a wing element. He might get slipped.
Keep pushing.
Copy.
It's a shame. Mick would be right there with him if Lewis didn't screw him over. I can't believe he didn't get a grid penalty for that. This game is like super realistic. Don't you dare. Come on. Come on. Wait. Did you not get it? Oh, we're a lap. We must be a lap down or something. Where the hell's Leclerc on this track? Oh no. Okay. Yep, yeah, okay. Schumi's gonna get the checker here before Kevin does, despite...
That's Leclerc! Charles Leclerc is today's winner!
Come on. Watch, with our luck, he'll get double slipstream, and he'll finish 12th because Norris. Come on. Come on. Keep it, Kev. Come on, keep it. Keep it! I think he got it.
Checkered flag.
Yes! That was close.
Kevin Magnussen showing us how it's done. A great result.
Haster class, my dude. Yes, it's Haster plan. This is a nice shot of nothing. Bottas crying right now. It's nothing he hasn't done. He did that to Stroll in Baku.
I imagine it'll be pats on the back all round, and deservedly so.
And after this result, the team is fourth
good,
in the
S-Master.
constructor standings.
Steiner, but yeah,
And
my
for the next
boat
round, Formula
deserves to
One
get the
is heading
upgrade
down
today.
under. Exciting times
Shut up,
ahead.
Karen. Kev got a point. I'll take it. Ah, Tari got in front of us. Yeah, he didn't finish above 14th. I screwed the finish position streak, but we got Q2 and we didn't get fastest lap. That's all right. Yeah, well, we'll get it. Yes, Penta. We got the tour center. That's nice. Visit the tour center. There's my boat. See it out there? My boat. Yeah, finish the car in the points. Calls it a bad race. Hey, how about the board kiss my behind? What design upgrades are you working on the moment? Upgrade the boardroom so they stay happy? How about they just stay in the boardroom and mind their own damn business? Oh my god, upgrading the boardroom does increase their confidence. I hate people. I hate people so much. I hate them. I hate boards of directors so much. Wow. Wow. I hate you all. They're the ones paying the bills. I finished the car in the points. They can kiss my rectum. How about that? Like, all up in there. Like, all up in there. At least they can't 30 billion you. Yeah. Yeah, right? Alright. That was not ideal, though. Sure. Like, all up in there. But you understand? Like, you understand? All up in there. They want me to get They want me to get a fastest lap. They want me to get a fastest lap during a race. And we need to consistently finish above 14 for 5 races. I can do this part. Make sure you make enough wings. Give me 1 second. Okay. Okay, so the first thing I gotta do is mute Discord over here on my other computer. I have another computer behind here, fellas. That's the first thing we're doing. Don't do it, Max. Don't do it. Yeah, maybe I have chat open on that computer too, just in case somebody does that. Okay. Not development parts. We need what's in the warehouse. Front wings. Yeah, we're gonna need more of these. But the I need to work on manufacturing, but I don't know. I forget how to manufacture parts. In warehouse, just click on the front wing and it says 2. Little menu will pop up. Okay. Do it. That's fine. Yeah, we really need the upgrades in here. Okay. Oh, we need the menu music. Hang on. Hang on. Because it won't play the background music. We need this. There we go. Now we're talking. What do we have next? Albert Park. Yeah, I love the new Albert Park, Max. The changes they made to it actually made me pretty happy. You can upgrade make under performance. There's a lot of attributes. Oh. Oh, this is cool. You have points for staff as well. We have 1 development point, so where is he low? He's low at defending. Should we upgrade defending? I mean, let's see where he is compared to Kevin. 81. Oh. Kevin's not really good at defending either. Yeah. Control. Kev needs... He doesn't have any development points. What about Gary? Gary? How do we get these boys points? Oh, Team Hub. Hey, Smoke. Friday's the next launch attempt, Smoke. Can you hire Bono? Yeah, I could, actually. You could train the pit crew as well. Let's do it. I see. CFD is what we're upgrading. How about Starship? We should be getting some static fires today. They set the static fire thing again. Aaron's saying that the high speed could be improved. How long does it take to get to the moon? It depends on the energy of the transfer, Smoked. I would assume you're asking kind of around like sending people to the moon. If you're using a high energy transfer, sending people to the moon takes about 3 days. 3 days coasting. You got to do mid-course corrections in between to make sure you're lined up to circularize around the moon. But yeah. It would be nice if they had low-budget F1 Racing League not associated with F1. So, IndyCar. Yes. I agree. It's cool. I was asking in general, whether it be people or not. Thank you. If you're asking in general, it can take anywhere between 3 days and 4 months. Depends on how much energy you want to use. There are ways to get there for lower amounts of delta V. They're called low energy transfers, where you use, for instance, the KPLO orbiter, the Korean Polar Lunar Orbiter, KPLO mission that we saw launch on the 8th is going to take 4 months to get to the moon, but it's significantly less delta V. Now, when you're moving people, you have life support systems on there, so getting out there and getting to the moon in 4 months doesn't really make sense, does it? It doesn't make a whole lot of sense. So, for like an Artemis mission or the Apollo missions, they chose to use a high energy transfer because, yeah, you don't want people running out of air. So it takes about 3 days. You need a much bigger rocket to do it, though. KPLO, for instance, launched on a Falcon 9. Orion is launching on SLS, a substantially bigger rocket. Yep.
Discovery, going
Tipsy! Good afternoon, glad to see you back in the stream live. Yep. Why is the music so good? This is the music from Grand Prix 2, and the first Formula 1 game I ever played. Came out in 1996. I did, Sparrow, yeah. That's the side pod is my design. Yeah, it's from 1996, dude. That's why I like it. Okay, cool. Do you know if SpaceX or NASA would work together or never? Work together? SpaceX is building the lander for NASA's moon missions. Of course they work together. And SpaceX launches people to the space station for NASA. That's all. Yeah, of course they work together. Yeah, Paul, I did. I got about 12 hours of sleep. I'm good. Might get some rain. NASA funded the development of Falcon 9. Not kind of, they did. The Commercial Orbital Transport Services contract that was awarded in 2008 under the Constellation program is basically what gave us Falcon 9. And then SpaceX chose to invest more into it from there and develop it all the way into Block 5, what we see today. I'm provisionally rested. Yep. Yes, provisionally. They're funding Starship too. That's right. Sorry, stupid question. No, it's not a stupid question, Smoke. Yeah, you're learning, dude. That's fine. That one is kind of like, whoa, I can't believe you don't know that. But if you don't know it, you don't know it. Everybody's at different levels of learning when it comes to what's going on in space. That's why, don't pay it no mind, dude. Yeah. Oh yeah, SpaceX, dude, SpaceX exists because of NASA funding. They would have gone bankrupt if it wasn't for NASA. Straight up. If you want to learn more about that, yeah, look up that orbital services contract that I told you guys, that I just talked about. The Commercial Orbital Transport Services, or COTS. COTS was a program that was part of Constellation. Constellation program had always intended to commercialize low Earth orbit once NASA decided to go back to the moon to fill the void that the shuttle left. Right? That was the idea. So, in 2008, they awarded a contract to SpaceX when their first Falcon 1 mission actually launched and was successful. And they gave them a contract for Falcon 9. It's just basically saving SpaceX. That NASA contract saved SpaceX. My dad always told me there are no stupid questions, there are only stupid answers. Dog, if someone actually has like a genuine question, I'll answer. As long as people are coming from a place of honesty, I don't really care. Some people like to troll and ask dumb questions, and that's fine, I get it. But yeah, if somebody honestly wants to come in here and learn something about spaceflight or Formula 1 or whatever, I'll give them the best answer I can. All right. Okay. Anything I'm forgetting, dudes? I don't know. I haven't had a damaged wing. They must have replaced it. Okay, so would NASA ever be able to use the SpaceX concept of landing their SRBs to save money and time? Make sure you have enough chassis. I think we have 4. If I just looked at that right. We have 4 of them. Yeah. Would NASA ever be able to use SpaceX's concept of landing their SRBs? No, Smoke, not really. It's just kind of inherent to how an SRB works. Usually with an SRB, and keep in mind, you could make them start and stop if you really wanted to, but generally with an SRB, you light it once and that's it. You can't restart one. You would need another SRB for landing. That's hard to do. That would be hard to do with an SRB. With that being said, NASA did land their SRBs in the ocean for the longest time. They did it for 30 years during the shuttle program. Yeah, they landed. They just, I mean, the SRB is just an empty tube when it's done. Think about it basically like a bullet. It's a bullet, like, you know, you have your casing and you have the bullet up in the front. Just take the bullet off and turn it upside down. That's an SRB. So if it's spent, it's spent. That's it. So you can't really land it, but NASA did come up with a couple of cool solutions. They basically turned the entire SRB into a shock absorber when it landed. The SRB like wouldn't be able to parachute land like onto a ship. It would break. It's designed to land in the water. And NASA did that for 30 years, and I know the next question coming. Well, why aren't they doing that with SLS? Infrequency of flight makes it not cost effective, which I kind of understand, but also that's kind of dumb. But also at the same time, that gives NASA a reason to upgrade the boosters over time. We will see better boosters on SLS in the future, which is good. You can bake throttle ability. You can program throttle ability into an SRB, Alex, and I know you know this. Just saying it as a point of fact. You can program that into an SRB. That's fine. It's just once you program it and you light it, that's it. It'd be cool to go and get them back, though. That'd be sweet. I've always wondered what spaceflight would look like without SpaceX, who would have done some of these bigger missions. Why land SRBs anyway? They aren't the future. If you employ them in scale, Tomast, okay. If you employ SRBs in scale, I don't care what anybody says, they will always be more cost effective than a booster that comes and lands back down. I don't really care what anybody says. If they say anything different, they're wrong. You know why? SRBs have one moving part. Two if you count the igniter. Two moving parts. That's it. There is no way that a liquid fuel booster would ever be simpler than that unless employed in mass. But if you employ SRBs in mass, then it doesn't matter. Because it's way simpler. It has two moving parts, the igniter and the gimbal, on those 4-segment SRBs. Two moving parts. Two. That's it. 3 if you count the parachutes. Friday, dog, is when I'm thinking the next one is, dude. I think they're going to shoot for Friday. But there is a presser at 6 tonight, so in about 3.5 hours. So we'll watch that, and I'll give you guys an update. If you employ segmented SRBs in mass, like you have your factory cranking them out all the freaking time, then it doesn't matter. Even if you have to go fish it out of the ocean, repack the parachutes, because the booster design is so ridiculously simple, it's always going to be cheaper than landing a liquid fuel booster. The only possible way that I could see landing a liquid fuel booster ever being cheaper, ever, is if you do something like what SpaceX is doing and push that thing right back onto the pad. And basically make it so you don't need to refurbish it. Make it 100% reusable, airplane style. That's the only way. If we're talking about not doing crazy SpaceX concepts, something like Ares 1, if you launched it as much as Falcon 9, would literally eat Falcon 9's lunch on cost. Oh yeah. I'm sorry, the booster is simpler. You're comparing a motorcycle to a semi-truck in terms of moving parts. There's no way you'd be able to do it. There's no way you'd be able to compete. Which is why I always thought Northrop Grumman's Omega rocket was an insanely good idea. It's just, they just never chose to do it. Why would you deploy SRBs in mass? Yep, here comes a witty comment. Yep. Would it be better to deploy them in Florida? Yeah, it's just I mean, that's kind of my personal theory. People will disagree with it. That's fine. I mean, you say it's just a big tube. What type of upgrades can you do to an SRB to make them not want to go get them? Carbon composite casings, goalie. They're going to work on carbon fiber SRBs for SLS. which will substantially increase throw. We should reuse those. Those are the ones that should be reusable. The vibrations are too much for human spaceflight, no? Theo, I don't know where that kind of thought came from. I mean, Starliner has SRBs on it. On Atlas. The shuttle has SRBs on it. And what everybody gets at is that when you have two SRBs that are lit simultaneously, the resonant frequency that they put off, or the frequency that they put off cancels each other out. So you get less vibrations. So you could have a single SRB and be able to negate those vibrations. You just have to basically put a damping mechanism in. Now, on the space shuttle and on SLS, the damper mechanism is the forward attachment strut. The forward attachment strut they're connected through the intertank on SLS. There's a huge beam that connects both SRB hold down points. So it worked. The two SRBs with the crossbar, the cross member in the intertank, basically cancel each other out. They canceled each other's vibrations out like a gigantic tuning fork. When you have a single SRB booster, something like Ares 1 or Omega, you have to find another way to dampen out the types of vibrations that the single SRB could put off. But that's not an insurmountable thing to get around. Yeah, Snibbles. I have that right from an external tank engineer. I talked to an ET guy at SpaceFest. He said that this is right from the guy that basically designed that crossbar. I met him at SpaceFest 2019. I didn't get the guy's name because it was just kind of a spur of the moment thing. He came over and saw me launching my shuttle in KSP, and I asked him about it. I wish I had gotten it on tape. I really wish I'd gotten it on tape. It would have been awesome. But yeah, Ares 1 is possible, Theo. Yeah, you could do it, dude. You need to build a basically a shock absorber inside of the intertank, or not the intertank, the interstage at the top of the SRB. And you know what? Now that I'm thinking about it, that's probably why everybody thinks you can't launch on a single SRB, because when Ares 1 got canned, there were outstanding engineering problems that needed to be fixed. Namely SRB vibrations. I don't think that that's something that couldn't have been fixed. That's not an insurmountable problem. You're just going to add mass to the vehicle design because you basically have a gigantic shock absorber inside of your interstage, right? So, okay, the interstage gets a little bit heavier. Does that make it so Ares 1 is a completely inoperable vehicle? No, I don't think so at all. Vibrations like that have manifested themselves on rockets, and because Ares 1 got canned, we only heard about the stuff that just needed to be fixed because of their testing. So, for instance, I'll give you an example. If Falcon 9 had, for whatever reason, gotten canned during Falcon 9 1.1, basically when SpaceX didn't nail booster reuse, and it was partial reuse, and sometimes the boosters landed, sometimes they didn't, people would be saying right now that landing a booster on a drone ship is hit or miss. It's not going to happen every time, and reusability isn't a thing with rockets. I know that because after the shuttle program got canceled, that's what everybody said. Reusability doesn't really make sense. Well, the truth is that if you want to make something reliable enough to be, if you want to make a rocket engine reliable enough to be reused, it turns out you have to launch a lot. Launching a lot is what overcomes that problem. That way you learn more and more about the thing that you made, right? And you're able to mature the design over time to get to the point of reusability. The shuttle was never matured to that point, which is what my big problem with the shuttle program was in the first place. They have a space semi-truck. Everybody calls it a semi-truck that goes into space. They have basically akin to a semi-truck, and they would go camping with it. They went camping with the damn thing. You know, instead of using it to move payload around, they basically drove it out into a national park, so to speak, and then just parked it there and went camping. They used it like a capsule, which, yeah. And we wonder why the shuttle program got so expensive. Anybody knows anything about semi-trucks knows they're a pain in the butt to maintain. And the only way to recoup your cost, the insane cost of buying a semi-truck in the first place, is to drive it. So both SRBs can't be perfectly in tune, so how do they prevent a side-to-side pogo through the beam? The beam dampens the vibrations out, goalie. It bends and flexes like this. The whole thing's a gigantic tuning fork. Ares 1 was already going to need a gigantically, a very, 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 very strong interstage to begin with. The reason is because you have a liquid fuel stage on top of an SRB, and the SRB is a thinner diameter. It has a smaller diameter than the liquid fuel tank above it. So you have like a hammerhead design. Now that is actually very aerodynamically stable. Think like an arrow, but the loads involved there on that interstage, that thing was going to need to be very, very strong, and it was going to need to be able to damp out those vibrations as well. But yeah, I mean, it's totally possible. Why couldn't you do it? The only reason it left a bad taste in everybody's mouth is because they canned Ares 1 before it was fully developed. It's funny because there's folks nowadays, right now, to this day, like I saw this yesterday in the press, people saying that, oh, this was just another wet dress rehearsal for SLS, it was never going to launch, blah, 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 blah. Oh, the development is taking too much time, blah, 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 blah. I don't like SLS in the first place, so I'm going to have preconceived negative notions about it and then write it as fact on the internet. Like, what do you want? It is what it is, dude. I think SLS is fine. It's a fine design. It needs a better upper stage. It's fine the way it is right now. We got something. Something is better than nothing. Because I remember what it was like when they canceled Constellation and the shuttle, and we actually had nothing. Not fun. Anyway, let's get to it. You guys want to start practice? We got about an hour and a half to Space News. They also had a short presser yesterday afternoon following the scrub with Mike Serafin and Jim Free. Novus, I saw most of that. And yeah, people are saying, oh, engine 3. It's not engine 3. It's core stage side. It has to be. It's core stage side. With the amount of flight time that they have on RS-25s and all the data surrounding it, they were able to conclusively say hours after scrub that they're confident that it's core stage side and Friday's still on the table. If they're saying that with such conviction a couple hours after the thing scrubs, I'm inclined to believe that it's not engine 3. It's something with the valve control system in the MPS. Or the pre-valves on the MPS somewhere. Bleed system is core stage side. Bingo. Yep. Meanwhile, everybody's going off their rocker and saying, oh, screw you, engine 3. Screw you, engine 3. It's like, okay. Didn't actually take the time to pay attention on that one, huh? Yeah, I know, Alex. I'm hungry all of a sudden. Yeah, damn you, engine 3. I mean, Nova's the bleed valves are at the top of the MPS the bleed exhaust ports are at the top of the MPS to begin with. How can that possibly be engine? Like, I was noticing that yesterday. I'm like, nah, it's not engine. If Mike Serafin and Jim Free are saying that Friday's still on the table, even before assessing the data, that's a high degree of confidence in my opinion. You usually don't speak with such conviction like that, especially NASA. But man, it is what it is, dude. Let's get back to racing. All right, we got Albert Park. Straya, mate.
Welcome to Melbourne for a weekend of fierce competition.
Oh, another thing that people don't know is that SLS on the launch pad has an engine servicing gantry, just in case problems like this arise. There's an engine service gantry built into the mobile launcher system. Yeah. So basically, it's something that they can slide in underneath the mobile launcher, and it rises up basically up to the main propulsion system, basically providing a service gantry that is aligned with the mobile launcher deck, the mobile launcher level 0, and that has gantries on it so they can go up into the MPS. So I mean, basically the point that I'm trying to get across is that they can mess with the MPS on the pad. The only thing they really can't do on the pad is swap out an engine. But with the engine service with the MPS service gantry, they might be able to. It's possible. I just wouldn't do it. Do you have Prince Albert in a can? You should let him out. What? He said John Honeycutt would have some more info about the bleed system at tonight's presser. Cool. Cool. Is fixing the valve something they are able to do out of the pad? Yes, they can fix the valve at the pad, Ryan, with that service gantry that I'm talking about. All right, let's do this. All right, we want a baseline. Put them out on the mediums to get a good baseline here. And then I'll put them in on 20. Okay. Put them in on a baseline, all car parts fitted, put them on mediums. Would you put people under the thing when it's not on? Sure.
Ready check, Kevin.
Radio's good.
Okay, Mick, get out on the track. You need that seat time, buddy. How did Jetta go? I got 10th and 15th. So Ryan uses an AJ10. Isn't that the same type of engine Apollo used for the service module? Yes, Ryan. The one that the European service module has is an AJ10 190. It's a version of the Apollo service module engine that was designed to work on the space shuttle. In fact, it is the space shuttle's orbiter maneuvering system engine. It's a former OMS engine. Those parts are reused as well. You played with setup stuff on the game, though. Setup stuff. Which setup? Like car parts and stuff? Yeah, they're being developed right now. Prototypical prank call used to be sniffing tobacco known as Prince Albert, and then came in tins, and it's like your fridge running, but better catch it. I'm dumb. Oh, that one, JG. Yeah. I had their setups dialed in. I got them both to 100 setup confidence, actually, both races. Yeah, I'm good at dialing in the car. Yeah. That's like one of my favorite things to do in this game. Is there any major differences between the two AJ10s? Yes. An AJ10 190 is the shuttle variant. AJ10 Prime is an Apollo service module variant. Different nozzle, amongst other things. Yes, there's a difference because there's a difference in the name, dude. Yep. We have to get that driver feedback, JG. What do you have in mind for after hours? I don't know. Yeah, I don't know, dude. Oh boy, I love watching I don't know. Fine, no after hours now. We'll just go to bed after Space News. I could use the sleep. Whammy. I've read reviews where they say the setups actually do not influence the car's performance, only contribute to pilot stats, so good setups do not mean better lap times. No idea if it's true. Azazel, I have no idea how someone could possibly have proven that with the amount of time that this game is out. It's been out. It's been out for 5 days on Steam, and it just came out today for everyone else. How could somebody have possibly crunched the data to prove that? Like, it's an honest question. That would mean that somebody would have had to have trialed and errored this for basically an entire season. Running everything at max speed non-stop, I suppose. Mutter's like, I could do it. I just... How can you be so certain in a game with so many variables? It's an honest question. I'd be wondering how they could compound those numbers like that. Data mining the game files? Yeah, I suppose. I don't know if you talked about it, but there's some rumors that tire degradation is not doing actually much at all. I mean, last race, Kevin's tires got down to like 15% and he locked up and crashed. I mean, all I'm saying is that with the trial and error, with the trials that I've put into this game thus far, it very much seems like setup is a big deal. Which is why I'm wondering, why my question was no, why I asked like, no, I didn't say like, no, that's not right. I'm wondering how those numbers were compounded. Like, how did you come to that conclusion? You know? Alright. We can, speaking of speeding up, we can speed up. We're just trying to get them some seat time. You know, like I said, honest question. If you could go find that review, I'd be interested to read it. I'm not saying you're wrong or anything. I think the tire deprecation is only kicking in at the magical barrier of 30. Everything else is pretty much the same. Yeah. Could you link me to that? I'd be interested. I'd be interested to read it. Oh. Kevin.
And that's the lockup.
Yeah. Kid Emily, yeah, I agree. Yeah, if you speed up the simulation, it could lower the fidelity of said simulation like it does with Kerbal. It's possible. I mean, it's a review on Steam that's pretty lengthy. No way to tell if it's good data. Got it. I'm just curious how someone was able to write that much of a lengthy review and compound the numbers that quickly. The game's been out for less than a week. I mean, everything that I've seen has been to the contrary of that, Azazel. That's why I'm just curious. I'm wondering, like, I don't see, when somebody has a completely different conclusion than me, I don't say, oh no, you're wrong because you came to a different conclusion, right? Like, that's not smart. I say, well, what am I doing different? Maybe it's the simulation rate. That would explain things. From what I've seen thus far, the simulation is pretty high fidelity. My only gripe with the game is, only gripe with it really is, the animations of the cars going around the track are a little weird.
How's the balance?
Something feels off, okay.
And how was the grip and balance?
Gary?
Traction was getting worse and worse now.
Yep, understood.
I mean, on the whole, I'd say this game is very well produced. In terms of simulation fidelity, I don't know. It seems pretty spot on thus far, but what do I know? I'm just a guy. So, oversteer. Kevin doesn't like the oversteer on the car. What would screw with oversteer? The roll bars. Roll bars would do it. So maybe we should mess with this. Maybe we should mess with this. How with a real how real race setup instead of just trying to move the bars around. I wish they had some kind of telemetry. Well, if it's not RNG, Hellfish, if it's working, the back end is working like something like Hearts of Iron, then there's no simulation, so there's no telemetry to see said simulation. I tried that, just move the bars around. Well, what I was doing before is if that's bad and it's on this half, I'm gonna go reciprocal of that. I want the oversteer to be right there, because that means on this side of the nominal window, you're more likely to get a good result over here. This side is on the good side. You half this, that's good. So let's keep going in that direction and half it like that. That's perfect. We got to mess with that cornering a little bit. Cornering needs to be like way over there. Yeah. The ARB needs to be way out there. Tighten it up a little bit. All right. Okay, let's try that. I mean, I hope he's running the game actually does what it's supposed to do, because I would really like to play it, but at $55 a pop, it's a pretty high price. Things should really be top-notch to justify that price. After all, it's AAA value. I just worry because that it's actually a $25 game and the rest are just licensing costs. Well, I haven't played the game enough to really say whether or not that's what's going on, so we'll find out. Oh, they went. Jeez. Yeah, nuclear, that's, I mean, it's away. That other has 19 left on it. I need the medium and the hards for FP2 to mess with race pace. So let's go softs. That's just silly. That's just silly. You need to use a tire with at least 20 laps of use left. You can't get 20 laps of use out of the softs. What? Thoughts on the driver not being familiar or comfortable with the track yet? That stat is only at 8% so far. You got to dial them in during practice. That's what practice is for, Nerd. I'll get them dialed into 100 by the end of practice. Is your run set to 20? Thank you, gentlemen. I'm stupid, if you'll excuse me. Yeah, I did have it set to 20 laps. So yeah, no, that's not the game. That's me. That's me being stupid. There we go. What about Mick? Right, but it's at 8%. How confident are you that the driver is giving you feedback about what they think is the best for the car on the track? Okay, Seinert, how else are we going to do this? Okay, all right, that's fair. All right, do you have a... How else are we going to get them to give us good feedback? I'm curious. How would you do this? How else are you going to do it? You got to put them out on the track eventually. You can't just sit there, not change the setup? The defaults everything right from the... Yeah, but that takes too long, Signer. You're not going to get the car dialed in by the time of the race. Remember, these are timed sessions. Yeah, we got time sessions. I don't have free reign to practice all the time. You got to dial it in as they go. Does track familiarity even influence setup feedback? I'm not sure, Max.
Okay, we're out of DRS.
Yeah, copy.
I have a question that's only sort of related to the game. Why is that they scrub the rubber off of some of the tracks sometimes? I'm not sure. Anybody else know? Yeah, I don't understand the question, Max. I don't understand it. I've never seen somebody scrub rubber off a track, ever. Like, well, maybe not ever. I don't. Can you give me a specific example, Synerd? Because
Less confidence in the rear.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, okay, Kev.
What the situation?
they didn't. Did the driver feedback go up? Why did... Oh, did... Okay. Yeah, they need to do a few more laps. I need him to do like one lap to get that feedback, so just go out on inters and... Yeah. Just go out on inters and have some fun. I don't want to waste my softs. Yeah, just do that. Just go out on the intermediates, that's fine. And Haas is going out on the intermediates. I'm not sure what they're trying to do there, Martin. Yeah, I don't really understand what they're trying to do there. Trying to send their cars out on intermediates. Maybe there's something they know about weather that we don't. What a move by Gunter Steiner, putting his cars on intermediates here in practice 1. I'm going to raise my voice every time something even remotely exciting happens on the track. Is it possible due to all soft race? No. If the track stays dry the entire race, Hibbit, you have to use 2 tire compounds. Is that the rules? Yes. The only exception to that rule is if it rains. If it rains, technically you have to put intermediate or wet tires on, or else, I mean, you'll fly off the track. So that counts as a compound. So if it rains, like at the beginning of a race, and you have to switch to inters, you could race the rest of the race on softs. That technically counts. The F1 TV commentators are way better.
Kev, how's the balance?
Car feels pretty good, right? No, Synard, you can't.
How was the balance?
It was okay.
Okay, understood.
there any benefit to doing medium soft race? Depends on the track. Depends on track conditions, Hibbit. Depends on what kind of track you're driving. Yeah, you could do medium soft. You could do medium soft. You could do hard to mediums. I've been generally having my guys go with a one-stop strategy because I know everybody else is on a two-stop, so we do fall back during the race, but since everybody's pitting twice and we're pitting once, we can usually overcome the deficit. That strategy has gotten Kevin into the points twice. Mick keeps running into some errors here and there, but so that one's great. That one's bad, so that one's bad, so I'm going to get it as far away as possible. The traction was great, so alright. We need that one to be right around there.
Discovery, go and throttle up.
Okay. Alright, he's going to have to go out again. Box of pins, 14 months. I wonder how soft to medium to hard to soft works in this game. I understood that reference.
Discovery, go
Yes,
and throttle up.
23 months. What's up, man? Finish out those mediums there. Alright. It's good for Mick. Reconfigure Kevin. Switch it back over to the medium. And then switch his fuel plan. Set that to 19. Okay, now we gotta mess with the setup. Okay. It's good. Good, great, grand, wonderful. We're close. We're close. Braking stability is good. Straights is reading is great. Yeah, well, that one's good because that means we only need to go over here. We don't need to go very far. Good is there, so that tells me that we need to go this way a little bit, right? Actually, literally that. That's moving everything. This one, the traction is kind of hit or miss. I don't know which way it could go because it's kind of right in the center. It could be either one. All right. Okay. That should be good for him. Confirm the setup. We're not going to have enough time. Gonna have to test it in the next practice. We have to give the tires back anyway, so let's send them. See if get a little bit of time in. They have enough for a good flying lap there. Did we get them? They didn't have enough time to get another one in. That's okay. Third and sixth fastest. Not bad, not bad. Okay. All right, let's go. I wonder, did it hone in it at all? Oh. We did get one. Okay. All right. What about you? It's untested. All right, let's go.
Radio check.
Okay. Put them on the mediums. Run plan 15, confirm. Do you even watch F1? Do you even watch F1, or is this something you just find fun? I've been watching Formula One since 1996, almost every season. Yeah, no, I'm a pretty big fan. Yeah, pretty big fan. I've watched it a long time. My dad showed me Formula One a long time ago. Like, freaking forever, man. Yeah, that's why I said most seasons. Yeah. 2021, I've missed a good amount of the races. I've watched every race this. I've watched every race but one. I didn't watch Paul Ricard because it's Paul Ricard. Who cares? Just curious. I figured it was a legit question. Yeah, Skater. Yeah, I got you. Yeah, I've been watching for a good while. Alright, let's speed it up. Paul Ricard this year was quite good. Most of the tracks have gotten better, Gray. Yeah, just used to the old cars with tilky drums making a boring race. But with the DRS and everything, yeah. Or not DRS, with the new regulations, it's gotten pretty good. Who's your favorite Dutch driver? I'm trying to think of a Jos Verstappen. There you go. Sector 3 yellow. I was always a Manny Kors fan. I don't like the changes that they did to Paul Ricard, to be honest with you. It's a freaking parking lot. It's a freaking parking lot with some white lines painted on it. So is Miami, an actual parking lot, is a better track. That's bad.
How's your read on the balance and things?
Albano spun.
The car was great. Felt really good.
Understood, Mick.
Sweet. The Bugatti circuit? I like Many Cores better,
How's the
Alexis.
balance?
I always thought Many Cores was a better track.
I'm happy here.
Okay, understood, Kev.
Kvyat? Что? What are you saying, VY? No. Kvyat's driving NASCAR now, dude. Did you see that? He drove in Watkins Glen. He crashed. Do they always speak English? Most of the time. Sometimes the Ferrari speaks Italian if the driver understands it. Yeah, Danny, yeah, Kvyat. Yeah. Driving. he torpedoed somebody. Torpedo in the water! Captain, we are out of the lane! You're relieved. Nice, Einard, that's cool. Yeah, I like Many Cores. Many Cores is a better French track. There, I said it. And I miss Estoril. They race at Algarve now, which is okay. Optimal, great, good, good. Alright, we gotta screw up the traction a little bit. Need the traction over there. We're not far off, so... Okay, let's try that. You can stay on those mediums, do another stint, go. Stay on the mediums, run bland. Alright, what about Kev? Alright, let's try that. Send them out again. All the garages have a turntable. Yeah, I think it's ridiculous that they drive headfirst into the garage. What's that, Hellfish?
Oh, there's a spin!
A friend of mine takes the game seriously and made a spreadsheet for it. Haas versus Ferrari. Yeah, Theo, for sure. I wish this game had custom teams. I want to play as Lada Vodka Racing. Generic greeting. Generic streamer response. You can play a lot of vodka racing in real life. I don't want to do that. Why are they all pitting? I don't know. Come on, get that driver feedback.
Okay, understood.
What situation?
You just told us the situation. Stop being a Ferrari crew chief.
Starting to lose the rears a lot here.
Yep, copy that. Okay, back off.
Copy.
I didn't see any, Alexis, no. No, don't go. Don't. They both went in. Yeah, those mediums got nothing. Not on the hard, screw it. I don't know if we have 15 laps worth, but I want during the... Actually, you know what? No, hold on to that. Put them on a soft, screw it. They can last 17 laps. 15 laps is enough. It should be enough to get that good driver feedback. But once again, I don't think we have enough for that, but... We might be able to get another set of driver feedback in. What's the weather like for race day? I'm not sure. We'll have to check at the end of the session. I'm sure there's a way to check, I just don't know what it is. Who run Bartertown? What?
Kev, how's the balance?
I didn't see what it said.
Kev, if you've got some margin, try to increase the pace a little bit.
Copy.
Got it.
Load push.
Copy.
How's your balance?
Felt very good in the car.
Okay, understood.
Yeah, it took me a second pace, yeah. Thunderdome. Welcome to Thunderdome. Kevin went purple in Sector 1. 20 flat green in Sector 2. Stuck in traffic. Purple is the fastest of the session, Altio, yeah. Nick's stuck in traffic. That's right, JG, yep. Yeah, we're in practice right now, guys.
Load push.
Copy that.
See what the kid can do. Come on, kid. (27-1). We got a PB. Kevin's stuck in traffic. Come on, 19 in sector 2. Let's go. (20 flat, sector 2, personal best there. Not sure if you saw last. No, I'm playing the game. Send you a link on Discord for the sheet. Oh, that's good.
Got no ERS.
Copy.
I was talking to Tristan at work today and told him you mentioned his tweet about SLS's length. He thought it was cool. He told me that the SRBs grow by about 1 inch at ignition due to the hellacious chamber pressure. Yeah, Gish, that thermal expansion that you get from, or that expansion that you get from chamber pressure is why a 2 SRB O-ring system didn't work very well. Yeah, that's cool though. I didn't know you knew that guy. Cool. Nice pass. Oh, that's cool, Dish. Right on. Set make to recharge. There's 6 seconds left, Alex. I'd just let him go. Kevin, 3rd fastest. Not bad. Barlos. Okay. Hey, T-Man.
Today we see.
Remember the weather. Ah! I'm sorry. Oh, no. I didn't get... Oh. Uh-oh. Barlow's Heinz ketchup. Okay. Yep. It's saying that the best is outside of that nominal window. I am very confused. Was it previously known so far that 600 parts are planned for KSP2? That seems like a lot, which is cool. Good. That's cool. I don't think we knew that, no. Okay. I think that's good. What about Kevin? Optimal, good. That one can go either way, man. Damn. Nuclear drifting, if you're watching, I can see why you set one over the other. Because there's only one that controls that one. The rear wing controls it, and the front wing slightly controls it. Yeah, you'd want to set certain things that are less likely to move around. I get that. Yeah, I see what he was saying. He was telling me that a little bit earlier. I was like, oh, okay. Okay, Puffin. Yep. Let's try that. try that, see what it gets us.
Radio check, Kev.
Radio is good.
Yeah. Yeah, I know, Hellfish. Yeah. I'm not sure I'm ready to go full mission mode on this game yet, you know what I'm saying?
All the pushing you can get. Copy.
I know. Yeah, 100%, I got it. Now, the real question is, and this is what I would be curious about with the spreadsheet, is it the same setup every time? Does setup differentiate between the tracks, or is it random? What's that, goalie? Oh, that's a picture. It looks like Vandenberg. We got Alex into 4th at Spa. Very nice. Baseline to tweak. Yeah, I got you.
Tired, to be honest, it's not great.
Okay.
I don't. No. No.
Okay, understood.
What situation?
Stay out. You guys need to get those laps in. They didn't get enough time. I didn't put them in for enough fuel. They didn't get another feedback set up. I didn't give him any fuel on purpose.
How's the balance?
I'm happy here.
Okay, copy, Kev.
Oh, I shouldn't have changed his setup when he was at 4 out of 5. Oh, I screwed up. Damn it. That's alright. I shouldn't have messed with Mick's setup. That was my fault. I screwed it up. Alright, here we go. Let's see what kind of timings he'll do for a lap. How very Ferrari of you, yeah. If I'm remembering right, a good sector time here is 27 or something, somewhere around there. .27 flat, purple in sector 1. Flat, green in sector 2.
Box.
Okay, understood.
Good. Pole, purple, sector 3, 33.494. Very good. Good. Good, very good. .26.9, sector 1 from Kevin, fastest of the session. .20 flat in sector 2.
Charge on, charge on.
Copy.
This is going to be a 122 or 123. He lost the ERS. Oh no, he did it again. 125.44.
Copy.
Okay. Back off a little bit, buddy. Finish out that stint. Let's go over to the kid. What's his battery at? He's fully charged. Just 10 laps for Mick. Yeah, I had Kevin set to a 10 lapper. I want him to see if we can get some qualifying times in there. Azel, I use a racing wheel when I play racing games, but this is F1 Manager, not F1. Not F1 22. I'm the crew chief.
Let's just put our head down.
I have a steering wheel, though. I have a steering wheel and pedals. I have a Logitech G29. Okay, nobody's around him. .27.1. About a tenth of a second off purple, which is Kevin's. Gloves and steering wheel! Steering wheel! Gloves! If he does a 20 in Sector 2, then we're in business. Okay? This is good. Running, well, not race pace, but he's running pace equivalent to Magnussen. Come on, kid. Get into the 120s. Let's go. Ugh. 120.8. Very nice. Very good. Very good. I'm gonna have him keep going. What are sectors? There's 3 different sectors on a track, T-Man. It's just just different portions of the track. How fast you can drive different sectors of the track. That's it. But it's not. It's simple. Like there's Sector 1, which is the first third of the track. Sector 2, second third. Sector 3 is the third of the track.
Okay, we're out of DRS.
Copy.
.7. Gained some time, but he's out of VRS as well. Put them both on
Charge on,
harvest
please.
lap.
Copy.
Yeah, I'm all. Alright. I'll just have him finish out the stint.
No push.
Copy that.
Got no DRS.
Copy.
Yep, he's got to come in. Alright. He didn't have enough time to dial that in. I'll give him one more stint. Don't screw with the car setup. Let's get him 15 laps out there. That should be enough. He dialed it in somewhat. I don't know. Let's get him on that set of softs and then run for another 10. See if we can dial it in for qualifying. I'm happy with their performance thus far. I just need them to get... I want them to dial in that setup. We need to get that driver feedback. Hey, Alucard, what's going on? Come on, get that 5 out of 5 before the session ends. Mick got it.
How is the balance? How's the balance?
For now, no. It feels really good.
Understood.
Kevin just got to get that, come on.
Okay, you're coming back to us now, Mick.
Did Kevin get it? Did he get 5 out of 5? Ah, come on.
Kev, how's the balance?
Oh, good.
I'm happy here.
Good.
Okay, understood.
Good. Very good. He got 5 out of 5. So we got that driver feedback in. Very good. Understood. Kevin, fastest lap, baby. Mick right behind him, 0.2 of a second off. We can do this. All right. Let's go. Let's go into quali. Setup confidence 94, setup confidence 91. I've gotten it to 100, JG. Yeah. Yeah. The more, if I can sit there and mess with it more, then you know, we can do it. Okay. I had it to 100 for Kevin for Jeddah to start it today. Oh, I screwed this up. Revert to highest confidence. Okay. Just screw with the toe a little bit. I think we nailed that one. He needs to go out for a longer stint during qualifying, though. Hey, Spoon, what's going on? Yep, alright. We'll leave it just like that. Okay. Wait, was that Kevin that I just screwed with? Yeah, okay. Alright. What about Mick? Mick's got optimal there. Good cornering. Cornering would be front wing. You just gotta sit here and screw with this for a second. Just got home from work procrastinating on cleaning the truck. Go do it, man. I'll be here when you get back. This is gonna take a second to screw with this and get it right. I'm just trying to get these things all in the nominal window, but it doesn't want to do it. There. want that cornering one in that window. There. That's it. Optimal's near optimal. Brake stability is near optimal. Good has changed just a little bit. That's it. That's it right there. We got it. If I mean, I could mess with that a little bit. That's in the window. That's the farthest away it can be in the window. That's in the window on optimal. We nailed that one. That's in the same spot. That one's great. I'm going to say that's as close as we're going to get that. Okay. Okay. He's going to have to go out on a stint for a longer period of time, dudes. I'll have him put down a lap, and then we'll try to see if we can dial that in. Okay. Okay, they're both dialed. Let's do this. Let's do this.
Radio check.
Frick your automatic control.
Okay to push.
Copy.
Set it to timing, and we'll watch Magnussen because he's a little bit behind. You just got a red flag. Wow, your race stopped, AFD. Wow. $26.9, $26.8. If Mick can get 19 here in Sector 2, then we're good for, that should be good for a 120, 119 maybe. He went 19.9, 19.9 again. Purple in Sector 2 for Kevin, but it's the beginning of the session. We're literally the first ones out, so it's going to be purple. And then, yeah, it's not purple no more. Somebody bested it. 120.1. Ocon went 119.8. Team goal. The goal is to get out of Q1. So they're getting good tires. They're AI agent fun, yeah. All right. Now we wait. Albon got a penalty. Sorry, I hit the wrong button. Thank you. Yeah, see, I think that's a good thing. I changed it. I changed it. They're not. Neither of them are set to call in.
If you've got some margin, try to increase the pace a little bit.
Copy that.
No more lifting coast.
Copy.
Just a heads up, there's quite a bit of background noise. Sounds like a fan.
See you back here.
No, wait. No, hell no.
Got no ERS.
Copy.
Barely, but we made it because it decided to call them in. Why would it do... Oh my god. I hate it that it does it automatically. That's so annoying. Why would it do that? Why would it do that? Why? It's so stupid. That's the second time the game frickin' just changed something without asking me. Frickin', what is this, Windows or something? That's so stupid. I'm debating just reloading. I'm debating reloading that session because that was dumb. Such bullshit. That's something I really don't like about this game. It told him to pit on his hot lap. It's so stupid. Why would it do that? Why would it do that? Yeah, he was on his hot lap, bro, Hendy. He had done an out lap. He started doing a lap, and then midway through the hot lap, it called him into the pits. Yeah, it's because of the fuel notice, but you run them with the least amount of fuel during qualifying because they're trying to be as light as possible. No. Yeah, no. Margaretti. I hope that autosave saved that correctly. Yeah, good. Stupidest freaking thing I've ever seen. What? Yeah, you can't reload. All the other autosaves were before pre-Australia. Yeah, that's pretty dumb. That's pretty dumb. Yeah. Yeah, that's pretty annoying, but whatever. It's fine. Oh yeah. Yes, for Q2. Let's put him on the hard compound. Good job, game. Mick can't catch a break this season, dude. It's just like real life. Just joined. What happened? Angry Pixel, I put Mick out for a hot lap. I put him out for a hot lap, so you give him enough fuel for 3 laps. You give him enough fuel for the out lap, flying lap, and then cooldown lap. The game sensed that he had low fuel and pitted him on his hot lap. And he didn't get a time, and he got eliminated because of it. I mean, like, guys, I'm not stupid. Did I see that right? Like, am I thinking about that right? Like, it was Mick that had told the pit, not Kevin, right? Like, I'd have to go back in the VOD. Mick got pitted, yes, but I don't think low fuel was what caused it. Yeah, Max, yeah. Yeah, we'll have to overfuel him. But then again, we're going to be slower.
Ready to check, Kevin.
Radio is good.
Now, like, it's stupid because that's going to screw my entire race again. Like, no, he's Danish. Like, I must have, guys, I'm convinced I must have clicked something wrong. I must have done something wrong. I'm convinced. Like, that hadn't happened previously. I don't know, man. I don't know. I must have hit something wrong. Went back into the VOD. You set Mick to 1 flying lap, aka 2 total laps. Does the game think 1 flying lap is... That's not 1 flying lap, Blue. That doesn't... One flying lap would be enough fuel for 3 laps. So you have 1 out lap, 1 flying lap, 1 cooldown lap. Yeah, okay. Alright, well, we'll learn from our mistakes then.
Okay, Kevin, no management required, so push as much as you can.
Copy.
Mode push.
Copy that.
Let me see the clip. Yeah, I said his fuel wrong. It's my I missed something. I gotta be more careful. I misunderstood what it said. Kevin was set for 3 flying laps. Mick was set for 1. But 1 flying lap means enough fuel for 3 laps. So the game, that's not. The game doesn't have that indicated correctly, from what I can tell. Well, Max, it's not that I missed anything. 1 flying lap is enough for 3 laps. That's the game. The game doesn't think that, apparently. It thinks the out lap is the flying lap, unless I'm dumb. I mean, that's entirely possible too. Yeah. I'm just trying to figure out where I screwed up. That's all. At the start of practice 3? I don't understand. I don't understand. That doesn't make any sense. Yeah, maybe Jungle Pants. If we told them to push, but
Charge on.
Copy.
oh, well, okay. I'm gonna set him to 2 flying from now on, and just it's got to be the fuel mapping. Maybe I accidentally clicked that off. I don't know. All right, we'll set him to 2 from now on. Yeah, it's got to be the fuel mapping, Max. That has to be it, right? Like, what else would it be? Hey Tara, what's up? How was Cities last night? Dude, like, the reason why I dropped out at like 6, dude, is because I have to lock up the shop and everything, dude. I don't just go to bed. I have to lock this all up, I have to shut everything down, and then I have to walk home. It's not that far, but still. I ended up going to bed at like 8, 9 o'clock, and I woke up at 8 in the morning. Got a lot of sleep. And what, did I not have to walk home? Is that not correct? Sounds pretty right to me. Danny's got a penalty. There you go, Slacker. Is your garage not attached to your house? No, it's not. It's about, I don't know, like 2/3 of a football field away. It's back in the woods, behind the house.
Mode push.
Copy.
All right, let's see what Kev can do. Should build a monorail. No! Why would you? Why would he yield to a car coming out of the pits? Why? I didn't send him out into traffic, SDX. The other... We have enough for a good lap if everybody else gets onto their good freaking lap too. He got out in front of the traffic here. No, God! No, God, please! No! 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 Dun-dun-dun. Typical. Yeah, good thing we gave him that extra fuel. I know, STX. Hi, Zelly. 19.9. Still got some.
Mode push. Copy.
So stupid. That's so stupid. It's that yeah no that what happened in Q1 is bullshit. I'm just gonna say that that's stupid. Where are we? Great. Yeah, Mobile Skater. Yeah, I mean the game just deciding to do stuff without asking me kind of screwed me there. Like I don't know what to say. They both have great confidence in the car though, so that's good. I'm not too incredibly worried about that. I just really wish it didn't pit Mick. That really sucked. There's 3 qualifying sessions, Flykin. 5 positions get eliminated per session. The other thing that I'm thinking, guys, maybe other people are using a different engine. Engine wear could be screwing us right now. Engine and transmission wear. Everybody else could be on a new engine, and we might not be. But GP2 engine, GP2. Ah! How much wear do you have? 68. Yeah. That wouldn't explain practice times, though. The practice times were because everybody else was sandbagging. They didn't need to run their fastest. Yeah. Yeah, it's, you know what? We have 5.3 millimeter of rain, so that's a quarter inch. That's not a lot. I'm throwing them on inters. Screw that. Let's do this. Let's throw them on inters. Let's see what happens. Track might have standing water. It's an intermediate tire, Flykin. It's like half slick, half rain tire. You use it in light rain conditions. Are there graphs for the forecast? It just says moderate rain. I don't see any except that one.
We're looking at a rainy day, but the drivers...
Shut up.
Brace yourselves for the Australian Grand Prix.
We'll see if it was the right move.
And it's lights out, and away we go.
Everybody else is on full wets, I think. Yeah, we're the only ones on inters. Let's see if it pays off.
And there's an overtake from Williams.
I gotta pause for a second. I gotta read this. It's gonna be wet the whole race. Middle of the race, it might dry out just a little bit. I'd say run it on the inters, I guess. Pit once and make the wets last the whole race. The wets pretty much will last the whole race. Are we losing time?
So let's box this lap.
Copy.
Mode push, mode push.
Copy.
No static fire today.
Come on, mate.
Copy that.
Well, that's kind of neat.
They've locked up and gone straight on.
Out of DRS.
Copy.
Track condition has changed to wet. Okay. Thanks for the update, guys. It's fine, Flies. Yeah. Just go. It's alright.
Come on, Kev, let's pressure him.
Copy.
I know they won't last the whole race. Oh, okay, Aqua. I see it. Okay, yeah.
Good job, Kev.
Haas with an overtake there.
You can get a dry patch, Pixel, yeah.
Got no ERS.
Copy.
There you go. Oh. Your foot in it, man. Damn. Sector 1. Somebody off the track.
Oh, big lock up there. Haas with an overtake.
We're gonna have to pray for some type of safety car or something, man. Hey, thanks for the bits. In world news, Mikhail Gorbachev has died at 92. Oh. Shame.
Safety car.
Oh, oh.
Try and get as close to zero on the
Oh,
delta as you
oh,
can.
oh, what happened? George.
Here's the replay.
What happened here?
Now let's look at this. Here's George Russell.
Oh! Oh! So when's Bottas gonna go kill him?
And that was a bitter blow for the team, and it may have really hurt.
Imola
their
2,
overall
Electric
chances.
Boogaloo. What do you think, fellas? I'm actually gonna think this one out. I think we should box on the wets, give them new tires, see where we can go from there. That's what I'm thinking. How far are we in? Yeah, let's do it.
Box now, box.
Come on, double stack
Copy
it.
your books.
Can they double stack? Can we double stack? Oh gosh, I don't know. Yes! You can double stack! Haha! Oh, they did it! They double stacked! Now we're talking! Alright! Cool! Unannounced stacking spreads. You see that, man? Damn. Whoa, what happened here? Okay. Alright. We unlapped ourselves. You need to push the car. Hey Sneaky, what's going on?
Come on, you can do
Yeah,
this.
that's a good idea.
Copy that.
Let's catch him.
Copy.
Charge on.
Can't we catch the safety car, fellas? Track's getting damp. Can we This is very frustrating.
Safety car is in this lap. Safety car in this lap.
I hate you, Latifi. I hate you so much. I hate you so much.
Okay, Kevs, remember no overtaking until the timing line.
Yeah, I'm copy.
Get the frick out of the way! Get that piece of junk out of the way! Oh my god. You didn't catch the safety car, man. We're 26 seconds behind, for frick's sake! Don't disrespect a goat like that. Hopefully they're all packed up and maybe they'll crash again and get a freaking head of this clown. Unfreaking believable. No DRS in the rain behind you, yep.
Charge off.
Copy that.
I hate you, Sophina, much. Emotional damage. What's the problem? Can't a man just enjoy a leisurely Sunday drive? This is physically hurting me, man. This is physically hurting me. Defensive masterclass pilot TV. It's causing physical pain. Just get out of the way! Oh.
Good job, Kev.
Is that a new race position for Haas?
Well, the other thing is that nobody else pitted. No, at least I don't think anybody else pitted. Yep, nobody else pitted. Oh my god. So they're all gonna have to pit. And what's the delta? 29. We'll come out in the middle of the pack when everybody else's tires go out. Mick, just pass him. That's it. Ugh. Mick, pass him. Please. And remember, if you're a Sky Q or Sky Glass customer, you can press a red button to watch the race highlights as well as the race from the start. Hamilton and Vettel! Oh, Vettel is so close. And don't forget on BBC 3 to catch a new episode of Peaky Blinders. Whatever you guys do over there when you're not racing. This is difficult to watch. Shumi got past him, thank God.
An overtake there. Let's take a closer look. Right, watch this. There's Schumacher.
Okay, cool. Tires are getting a little warm. Shut up, Kevin. Drive the car.
Haas with an overtake. And that's the lockup.
Here we go. Where's the kid? Kid, you gotta catch them. Okay, yeah, I get it. The track's wet. Thank you. Thank you. The track is wet. I appreciate it. Thank you for telling me. Thank you for bringing it to my attention.
Is that a new race position for Haas?
Yes, Defense Minister. Thank you for bringing it to my attention. There we go. Kid got ahead of Albon. There we go. Come on, kid. Get Stroll. No, don't get strolled. Pass him. Don't get strolled. We don't want that. No, Vlacken, I didn't. Good. They're all gonna start pitting soon. Or they're not and we're gonna lose. We're gonna cover the NASA teleconference on Artemis 1 at 6. No, I'm just gonna sit here and watch my dick get smaller. Yeah, of course, man. Sorry, I'm frustrated with the game. Game's pissing me off. I don't think they're gonna pit. They might. It's possible. They gotta pit. Their tires are all below 30. But there's only 2 laps left. You're taking a break after this. Yeah, sure. Pit for the best lap. Yep.
Okay, good job, Kev. That's one.
They didn't pit. You don't... I was about to ask, you know, I thought you still had to pit even if it's wet. You can't do a zero-stop strategy in Formula 1, but I guess you can. No stop in wet conditions.
Max Verstappen over the finish line, and today's winner.
Yeah, you can. Yeah, no, yeah, I see that. Yeah. I thought the tires would run, but they didn't. Oh, if they had all pitted, we would have been golden. Oh, well. I don't know why their tires didn't fall off. It was wet the entire race. Like that.
Checkered flag.
Alright, get this crap off the screen. I don't know.
Checkered flag, Nick. Checkered flag.
Yeah, I mean,
Kevin Magnussen.
like we straight up got screwed. Like Latifi didn't catch the damn safety car. His race pace was so bad he couldn't keep up with the safety car. I don't know what to tell you, dudes. I wish... Here, let me go to the data view. If I'd known that, I wouldn't have even pitted them. So stupid. Love how the game gave him a 5-second penalty, 5-second time penalty when he crashed. I know, Alex. Well, I would tell you this, chat, that was not the race we were looking to, that is not the race we were looking to have, but, you know, we'll regroup and we will get them next week. FIA regulations note. As you know, we may change the regulations that define Formula One's rules between seasons to make the sport fairer for competitors, more engaging for the fans. With these goals in mind, we are promising new minor technical regulations for the 2023 seasons. These proposed regulation changes will impact many areas of the car's aerodynamics with a focus on reducing overall downforce generated and maximum cornering speed. Not the best day, but we will move on from here and make sure that we get the cars going. Could have looked like a bunch of rock stars, Gene. I'll take the low speed downforce changes. Faster car, go burr. But then again, high speed downforce changes will make our car more competitive because we're more competitive on the low speed right now. But then again, that's going to be at the end of the year. I want the cars to go faster. Screw that. It made us lose some confidence in your leadership. You know what? The board can kiss my ass. All right. Well, that wasn't good, but we got Imola next. I think I want to play that on the other side of Space News. So, let's do that. I will save the game. And I will see you guys in a second here. Yeah, I'm not really... I don't know, man. Yeah, it's fun to watch. It's fun to watch. It kind of pissed me off, dude. Like, I'm not going to sit here and say that some of the decisions, like going on inters, that was dumb. That was stupid. I shouldn't have done that. But the other team's tires not falling off and going on a zero pit, that's kind of annoying. But then again, I probably should have known that you can run a zero stop strategy. But we were fast on the track. But then again, you know, if we didn't get stuck behind Latifi, because the guy didn't catch the safety car. He just straight up didn't catch the safety car. Like, if he caught the safety car, we would have finished in the points. Our cars were fast. We were catching them. You know, like, what I'm trying to say is, like, you know, I made some stupid decisions, but the game also kind of screwed me a couple of times. It's part of the watch party. Yeah. But I still want to play it for after hours, so let's go ahead and do that. Is Latifi this annoying in real life? He's straight up, him crashing into Mick the last race of last season, Flacket. But yes, he does stuff like this in real life, yeah. I mean, him and Mick crashed on, like, with 5 laps remaining, and literally earned Max basically a victory. That and the bonehead call from Mike Massey, but whatever. Yeah, Mappy, like I said, I'll like, the game is making weird glitches, but if I get better at these decisions, then we'll win. I mean, like, and he literally finishes last, every race. Like, by a good margin, last every race. But yeah, Lunprod, if you're still here,